Honourable Senators, I see that we have quorum and I declare the meeting in session. Welcome to this meeting of the Standing Senate Committee on National Security, Defence and Veterans Affairs. I'm Tony Dean, representing Ontario, the Chair of the Committee. I'm joined today by my fellow committee members and I'll ask them to introduce themselves, beginning on my right with our Deputy Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Jean-Guy Dagenais du Québec.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à notre invité, Pierre Boisvenu, sénateur du Québec.
Victor O, Ontario.
Senator Don Plett, Landmark, Manitoba.
Welcome, Marty Deacon, Ontario.
Andrew Cardozo, Ontario.
Dave Richards, New Brunswick.
Pat Duncan from the Yukon.
Peter Beam, Ontario.
Hassan Youssef, Ontario. And Stan Kutcher, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, colleagues. To my left is the committee's clerk, Erica Dupont. For those watching the session, we today continue our study of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all with respect to the regulation of firearms in Canada. Today we're hearing from 5 panels of witnesses over 5 hours, consisting of firearms owners, organisations and Indigenous governments and representatives. In our first panel, we have the pleasure of welcoming, on behalf of the International Practical Shooting Confederation, Mr. James Smith, President and National Range Officer Coordinator. And by video conference, on behalf of the Shooting Federation of Canada, Dr. Sandra Honour, Chair of the Board. And on behalf of Airsoft in Canada, Brian McIlmoyle, Director. Thank you all for joining us today. We invite you to provide your opening remarks to be followed by questions from our members. I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony, and we begin today with Mr. Smith. Please, whenever you're ready, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Does the mic work? Good afternoon, Honourable Senators. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present here today. I'm presenting on the behalf of the Canadian International Practical Shooting Confederation, IPSC. IPSC in Canada represents about 5,000 law-abiding members who currently must conform to the Firearms Act, and we feel that the current Act provides for adequate protection for all Canadians. IPSC is the largest shooting sport association in the world with 109 member countries, and in Canada, IPSC competitors represent the most organized group of elite handgun shooters. IPSC Canada, since its inception, has instituted an additional safety course to assure safety in addition to the federal mandated RPAL and licensing. The Black Badge course has over 300 volunteer coaches and officials committed to introducing new athletes to the safe conduct of our sport. IPSC athletes in Canada compete and train at their local clubs on a weekly and monthly basis to advance their skills, and the best of which from each province qualify to compete at the Nationals, where the best are chosen to advance to the World Shoot. This sport is more than a hobby. It is a lifelong commitment to perfecting skills and marksmanship to compete at the highest level. Much like the Olympics, the World Shoot is held every 3 years with continental championships interspaced in off years. There have been proud Canadian athletes representing Canada at these international competitions since the 70s, with an average of 60 athletes attending every 3 years. IPC athletes come from all walks of life. They are fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, grandmothers, grandfathers, and even grandchildren. They come from all parts of society. We have construction workers, IT professionals, bankers, military, police, law enforcement, and we even have judges. If you were to attend an IPSC competition, you would be amazed at the diversity of the athletes who were represented from all races and genders and disabilities. In earlier testimony, there was reference to IPSC becoming the gateway to handgun ownership in Canada. I would like to put this in perspective. We are a volunteer group. If we were to get an exemption to make us equal to Olympic athletes, there simply is not enough instructors or infrastructures in place for more than a couple thousand additional members per year. Bill C-21 does not outright ban handgun ownership, but the result for IPS Canada is, as a sport, we will see a slow demise as our athletes age, with no new athletes are introduced and an existing competitor's equipment wears out and they will be unable to source replacements. Since the ban was introduced by order in council, we have already seen a slow decline in participation as new prospective members have been unable to purchase handguns. We have also had members unable to continue participating in our sport for unforeseen reasons. One, we had a member whose home was destroyed in a wildfire and his firearms were destroyed with him. He is unable to access new guns. We also had another member that was traveling to Thailand to represent Canada in the World Shoot, and they lost his luggage, and he has not recovered his luggage, and he is not able to replace those firearms and is unable to compete in the sport that he's dedicated his life to practicing. Over the last couple of weeks, I've listened to testimony on multiple anti-gun groups who have referred to model gun legislation in other countries: Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Switzerland, and Europe in general. All the countries mentioned have athletes competing in IPSC and in some form allow exemptions for PC athletes to purchase, possess, and use handguns for the purpose of competing. Australia has been mentioned as a model of successful gun control legislation, and in correspondence with the regional director of IPSC Australia, he has outlined a licensing procedure with provisional training periods and then full licenses for IPSC athletes. New Zealand recently added new gun control legislation and has chosen to allow IPSC athletes to own handguns for the purpose of training and competing. Laws that are conceived to reduce gun violence and gang activity cannot possibly further that objective by targeting our competitive sport representatives, who, if this proposal becomes law, will have no sport at all.
Mr. Smith.
In summary, Bill C-21 we would ask Senate to move an amendment to add International Practical Shooting Confederation to Section 97(1)(I). Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. We will now hear from Dr. Sandra Honour. Please proceed whenever you're ready, Dr. Honour.
Thank you to the chair and committee members. I'm a volunteer chair of the Shooting Federation of Canada Board of Directors, certified coach and referee. I'm here representing the current and future members of the Shooting Federation of Canada, which include recreational shotgun, rifle, and pistol clubs and their members. The Shooting Federation of Canada supports Canada's high-performance athletes, including but not limited to Olympians and Paralympians, and those trying to become high-performance athletes in the International Shooting Sport Federation sports. This is the IOC-recognized international sport governing body. The Shooting Federation of Canada is not a lobby group, and we have no political affiliation. We're simply the national sport governing body that, along with provincial and territorial sport governing bodies across this country, support the infrastructure, athletes, coaches, and officials of the ISSF sports. I contend that target shooting is one of the most inclusive lifelong sports in the world, and one Canadians who are aware of it consider valuable. Target shooting sports provide a level playing field. Sorry, my computer just jumped. Target shooting sports provide a level playing field that few other sports do. It allows gender identities, cultural heritages, sizes, and physical abilities to become null and void, and these people can compete against each other. Target shooting is an international sport with about 109 countries around the world belonging to the ISSF. There are unintended consequences of C-21 that are impacting our Olympic pistol sports. Things such as the loss of local viable ranges, the facility is unable to maintain Olympic sport equipment, restricted recruitment due to lack of instructors, parts and gunsmiths and expertise in pistols are being lost in this country, and the lack of importers of competition equipment. We need adequate participation in the sport to have Olympians. Adding more needless hurdles negatively impacts the ability to have the number of athletes participating in the sport to find potential Olympians. When it comes to Olympians, their number is much less than the athletes that train to compete. Think about hockey and how many people play hockey versus how many people in the NHL. Olympics is even higher levels. The Olympic target shooting sports require mastery of amazing skills, and no one starts on the Olympic sport. Compare this to other sports. Do we start potential Olympian swimmers in a 50-meter pool, divers on a 10-meter platform, or skiers on moguls? By requiring the training, competing, or coaching in Olympic and Paralympic events as the only valid reason to possess a competition pistol, C-21 is essentially doing to pistol target shooting sports the equivalent of making the ownership of a bicycle illegal unless a bike owner trains, competes, or coaches in velodrome cycling. A healthy sport should at every level have pathways towards elite excellence and towards recreational participation. Participation in sports at all levels provides significant social value. C21 does not allow our potential athletes to have a recreational opportunity to begin to see if they like to shoot, nor a place to go when they retire from national team aspirations. Olympic and Paralympic events change over time. C21 is proposed now is so narrow that Canadians are unable to participate in some of the events at the World Championships, which may be Olympic events within 8 years. We recruit athletes from several routes, including the other handgun disciplines you'll hear from. But what we need most is the ability for local clubs to provide safe, competent pistol shooting instruction and experiences on bigger paper, larger targets, metal targets to find these athletes that we then are interested in our sport. Our sport needs these opportunities with and without formal competition to be available across this country as a pathway to high performance recruitment. Sport matters. Target shooting is a lifelong sport. With the current C21, you're taking away the opportunity from Canadians without having a significant impact in violent crime. C21, the Olympic sport of pistol shooting, is not really exempted. It's just simply proposing a slower strangulation of our sport than the death of other pistol shooting sports in Canada. I'm asking you to value this lifelong inclusive sport. This legislation, this bill says, no, it's easier just to kill your sport rather than how to maximize public safety and allow target shooting sports to thrive. It starts with working with our sports organizations, which has not been done up to this point, and some minor amendments to 21 and some good solid work in how our organizations can support some of the issues that are facing our enforcement system in Canada could go a long way to helping what we really want to achieve in Canada, which is a safe community. Thank you.
Dr. Honour, and finally, Mr. McIlmoyle, please begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian McIlmoyle. I'm the director of ASIC, Airsoft in Canada. And again, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Airsoft is a sport that employs devices that propel a 6mm low-mass projectile that are used in games of tag at a distance. With basic eye protection, the sport is safe, rewarding, and growing in Canada since its introduction in the late 1980s to today. ASIC, Airsoft in Canada, is an advocacy organization representing stakeholders in the sport of airsoft in Canada, from end users, players, to retailers and importers of airsoft devices. ASIC works to bring forth to government and regulators the issues that affect the sport of airsoft and its safe continuation as both a sport and source of enjoyment and livelihood for thousands of Canadians. Bill C-21, as originally introduced in Parliament, would have destroyed the sport of airsoft. It would have eliminated access to airsoft devices and obliterated hundreds of businesses and eliminated the livelihoods of thousands of Canadians, not to mention the loss of enjoyment, personal development, and exercise that the participants of the sport enjoy. Thankfully, through the advocacy of ASIC and other organizations in Canada, parliamentary legislators became aware of the devastating impact of their proposed legislation and amended the bill. The bill before the Senate has had the parts of C-21 that would have destroyed the sport of airsoft removed. The status quo pertaining to airsoft was maintained, and a new recognition of the sport of airsoft, its significant economic inputs, and very positive social impacts for participants was recognized. To that degree, the airsoft community is thankful for the recognition and for the approach to remove the elements of the bill that would have impacted the community. With respect to C-21 in general, I believe it is important for the Senate, as the chamber of sober second thought, to apply the same approach to the bill and its other provisions that would impact the firearm community, as the parliamentary legislators had applied to airsoft. All legislation is a trade-off of restrictions against freedoms, and in a free and open democratic society such as Canada, more restrictions must reach a high bar of net positive impact to warrant curtailing of existing privileges and freedoms. C-21 seeks to largely re-legislate existing law to provide the appearance of providing enhanced public safety without actually addressing the factors impacting public safety. The Airsoft provisions being a case in point, effective obliterating what are toys to claim an enhancement of public safety against risks that are almost never manifest, while at the same time not addressing the core risks in a meaningful way. The other provisions of C-21 seek to do the same regarding firearms, re-legislate an already effective control regime to provide government with a claim that they have taken action while at the same time impacting public safety to a negligible degree. In my view, this action does not meet the necessary high bar of lawmaking that would curtail the livelihoods, impact the existing privileges and freedoms of Canadians for meager returns to the citizens of Canada. In that regard, that's the completion of my statement. I'm prepared to answer any questions or add additional clarification as necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIlmoyle. We will now proceed to questions. Colleagues, our guests are with us till 3:55 p.m. and we'll do our best to allow time for each member to ask a question. With this in mind, 4 minutes will be allocated for each question, including the answer. I will hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remain in your time. I ask that you keep your questions succinct and to identify the witness that you are addressing. I now offer the first question to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenais.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for Ms. Dr. Sandra Honour. Dr. Honour, when the bill was referred to us, we were told that provisions had been added to ensure that competition shooters could continue their recreational activities, and Minister LeBlanc did tell us this before the committee. What are the changes we could now make to ensure that this legislation becomes acceptable for competitors such as yourself?
Changes when you look at C21 section 43, section 97B1 and 2, if we could do things like include all the pistols that are commonly used in International Shooting Sport Federation recognized pistol disciplines. This would allow all of our ISSF, the Olympic organization, sports to be trained and competed with. The other thing is taking that wording of training, competing, or coaching and change it to participation in organized target shooting sports run by government recognized sport associations. By making that shift, it would allow, it could allow people like IPSC as well, but what it does is make sure that the government recognizes that we have a responsible sport organization and that we have ways to identify those that participate in that. So they just couldn't own a pistol, they would have to participate in our sports. That would be great. The other thing I suggest is that for the things that people say that happen with legally owned pistols in this country, whether they be stolen or they're involved in domestic violence or suicide, that the Ministry of Public Safety could work with our organizations to help us better educate, better recognize issues of mental health, and be able to actually take a positive impact to ensure that our athletes and those people that participate in our sport fall within normal behaviors and things we want in our society.
Maintenant, quand vous parlez de vos activités.
Now, when you mention your activities using firearms, you mentioned that there's a movement underway to deprive you of a cultural good, cultural inheritance, and if you were to compare that to the constitutional inheritance of Indigenous peoples, what would you say there?
I don't want to compare myself to the Indigenous situation because we have special provisions for them. But what I will say as a Canadian, I believe that as part of our culture, there has been people learn with their families to hunt, to shoot targets, to safely utilize firearms. And I'm a third generation Canadian. It's been part of my family and my entire family. And I think it's important that we get to maintain that and not have people that don't necessarily have that same background dictate to us what our culture is.
Merci. Second round, Monsieur.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The list is next Senator Plett, followed by Senators Boisvenu, Richards, Duncan, Deacon, Ontario, Cardozo, Kutcher, and Youssef. Senator Plett.
Thank you. My first question, Chair, is for Brian McIlmoyle. I participated in an Airsoft game one time at a youth camp that my son was a director of. And other than a couple of good welts on my arms, I thought it was a great sport and a way to teach some people lessons. I certainly have never heard of anybody murdering somebody or even robbing a bank with an airsoft gun, so I find it kind of ironic that we put that into this gun bill. But, sir, you have stated that Bill C-21 as currently drafted creates a legal ambiguity on possession of airsoft, which will have a very serious impact on your sport. Are you satisfied with the amendments made in the House of Commons? And would you have any additional amendments that you might recommend to clear this up?
That's a very good question. Essentially, the effect of the committee meetings with the parliamentarians was to simply remove the provisions that would have affected airsoft in C-21. This didn't, in fact, resolve all of the issues with airsoft, as it still exists, essentially not completely regulated clearly, and there's still some ambiguity with respect to the legal status of these items, particularly with respect to import. In which the clarification necessary to CBSA is would radically reduce their workload in trying to figure out what to hold and what to let go through. But some very clear regulation with respect to the legal status of airsoft guns to be developed in the future with consultation with our organization would be helpful.
Thank you, sir. If I have time, Chair, I have a question for Mr. Smith. We've heard a number of times now the minister even saying this doesn't impact sports shooting, this doesn't impact target shooting, this doesn't impact the Olympics. And yet you don't go from having an interest in target shooting to becoming an Olympian. You actually have to do some training and practicing on the way. I think certainly some senators here would appreciate the fact that you want to become good in your sport, you have to do some practicing. So how do we go from just having an interest in being a target shooter, sir, to becoming an Olympic champion when the government says, well, we're not going to allow you to practice?
Well, I would say it's probably impossible if that's the case, but I mean, Sandra outlined a good process there with the with government-recognized sporting institutes that could be have their athletes listed and still be able to access. But other than that, not having Bill C-21 would probably help too. So
we wouldn't have many gold medalists, I assume.
We would have no gold medalists.
Thank you, Professor or Dr. Honour. Would you have any comment on that?
No, as I said, we have to have the ability to step on and step off the high performance pathways to be able to create Olympians and then have Olympians happily retire and not just sit on the couch and suffer from, incubating type 2 diabetes and dementia. I mean, our sport is just such a lifelong sport that people can do it into their 80s if they can go to a recreational and not necessarily Olympic event.
Very much, and if there is a second round, Chair, there probably won't be, but if there is.
Okay. Senator O.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for being here with us. My question is, I'm going to go direct into the impact. And when Minister was here before our committee, and he stated clearly that nothing is going to be affected, the sportsmanship and sportsperson in the firearms clubs. My question to all of you is, would you agree that sportsperson, firearms clubs, and hunters are not impacted by this bill? And my question too, how many individuals in the shooting sports in Canada are impacted by Bill C-21?
I would answer that definitely we are impacted. We're already starting to see the impact. We've had, like I said, we had people lose their firearms in the wildfires. They can't replace them. There's no avenue at all for those to replace those firearms. What was your second question?
Second question is, how many individuals in the shooting sports in Canada are impacted by Bill C-21? I believe it's a big number. Yeah.
It would be a very big number. I don't have it. Our organization is only one sport, and it has about 5,000 members. But in the recreational level of the sport throughout the country, I suspect it would be 100,000.
I would back up those numbers and just say the problem is that a gun range is almost always a not-for-profit corporation that's being run, and we need the members from all the sports to keep a facility operating. So when you impact the pistol sports, it affects the rifle sports, it affects other sports that are being shot on the same facility, because the membership is required to own a firearm, and that membership then helps support, maintain the equipment to keep the operation of those facilities.
Yeah. Can we have the third witnesses?
Any thoughts on this?
Yes, I'm a licensed firearm owner as well, as an advocate for Airsoft, and we were seeing a chilling effect across the entire community of these restrictions coming into play. Membership at shooting ranges is down. Competitions are withering on the vine. So the impact of this has been immediate and widespread, and will continue to be immediate and widespread. Just the social aspects with respect to people being cut off from their main source of social activity, notwithstanding the economic impacts of people who use to make their livelihood supporting these organizations and these competitions. The impact is it's widespread, it's deep, and it's very, very disturbing for many people.
Yeah. One last question, Mr. Smith. Are you aware of any sports club in the world or any country that affected similar bill like Bill C-21 in the world?
No. The UK probably has the most severe gun control, and they still have IPSC representation at international matches. The North Ireland has ownership of handguns, the Channel Islands, the Isle of Man. So there's people in the UK that actually travel to those locations and store their firearms there and competing pistol sports, and they would probably be the most severe gun control in the world.
Okay, nice to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. McIlmoyle, we understand you're having some interpretation problems. Are they cleared up now? Are you hearing us, Mr. McIlmoyle? Mr. McIlmoyle, everything okay with interpretation now?
It is not. We're still working on the problem.
Okay, bear with us, and we'll try to fix it. Senator Boisvenu.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, I would like to welcome our witnesses. My first question is for Dr. Honour. I've understood that the number of members whom you deal with, that basically there are thousands of them, correct?
We have thousands of members in the Shooting Federation of Canada.
Le ministre, lorsqu'il est venu...
Now, the minister, when he came before us here at the committee, said something that I will quote. I don't think that hunters and sports shooters are against this bill. End of quote. Free translation. So my question is short. Do you know any groups of recreational hunters who do support this bill?
Not aware of any sport, shooting, or hunting groups that support Bill C-21.
Donc, une autre fois, le ministre...
So once again, it would seem that the minister, took it for granted, being very optimistic, that everyone, including sports shooters and hunters, backed his approach. My second question is for Mr. Smith.
Une question que j'ai posée...
A question that I have also put to representatives of police forces, and whom I will call the managers of shooting ranges. Something of concern to me. If this bill is carried in its current form, what effect will it have on the viability of the thousands of shooting ranges across the country, and what effect would it have on police officers who use these ranges to for their classification shoots and so on?
The result will eventually be the closing of all those facilities as people are unable to participate, as we have attrition through age, equipment breaking. I can only speak for Nova Scotia, but our local club that I manage is a nonprofit club that's run by our members, and all the HPD shooters in Halifax use it. We have a very good relationship. Without that range, they would not be able to do their qualifications. They start on August 1st and they finish on November 15th. They're there every day, and that facility will no longer belong. I would hazard to say that at least probably 75% of ranges in Canada are public or private clubs owned by the members, and the rest would be commercial ranges. So as we lose members, we'll get to a critical mass where we'll no longer be able to afford to keep the lights on, and we'll have to close.
Vous êtes une fédération importante.
So your federation is a large one, many members. Have you had an occasion to share your comments with the minister or any representatives of the minister?
I testified at Parliament and shared those concerns.
Et est-ce que ces gens-là ont...
And did these people, seem open to your approach, and were they interested in ensuring that you wouldn't be affected in the wrong way?
There was discussion, and when it came down to amendments, there was certainly some during the parliamentary amendments at committee. There was some discussion, and actually some of it came to a vote, and it came down to a tiebreaker by the chair.
Et est-ce que vos amendements ou vos propositions...
And were your suggestions for amendment, are they now in the bill that we're now looking at?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Richards, you are next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. My nephew is a lawyer and also a sports shooter, has his own pistols. So, Mr. Smith, do the shooting facilities offer the pistols with which to practice? And sooner or later, do the participants want their own pistols to use? And if they supply their own, with this bill, it would be almost impossible to continue the sport.
That is correct. Our facility does, we do have some firearms that we use for juniors to start with, but typically by the time they become 18 or 19, they acquire their own and they move through the program with their, because it's not only at the range where there's practice time needed. They practice off air with with what we call dry fire, so that they're not actually firing the firearm, they're just practicing the trigger and the sights.
Sure. And they're, in a way, they're vetted, are they, these people that come to your range?
Well, they're all vetted through the Canadian Firearms, and in order to become a member, you have to have your RPAL or your PAL.
Of course, yes. Dr. Honour, there's a very heavy burden on the scrutiny and legal judgmental oversight that makes many will turn away from pistol shooting or not consider it as a sport or even as a hobby. Would you agree with that statement?
I'd say it's a big hurdle to join the sport and become competitive in it, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Richards. Senator Duncan.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses that have come before us today. My question is largely for Dr. Honour. My question concerns the sport of biathlon. I am not an expert on firearms or on Bill C-21 or, My understanding is that biathlon does not use a weapon that is currently covered under this legislation. My question is regarding the amendment you proposed. I believe you mentioned an amendment that would ensure that a recognized sports organization would be involved in the licensing or dealing with weapons and the authorization to use. I'm wondering if your amendment that you proposed would provide future comfort to those involved in the sport of biathlon, that in fact the guns would not in the future be covered under such legislation, or perhaps has the sport of biathlon or the sports organization been involved at all in your discussions? And I ask this because, of course, biathlon is part of the Arctic Winter Games, an international sports organization.
So biathlon, as my understanding, we do not represent them. They are their own association. They are not impacted by C21. Their firearm is allowed to be used. In terms of the proposed change that I'm asking for in C21, it really is to deal with the Section 4397B1 and 2, which is the pistols, the firearm type of being a handgun, that would allow and identify which handguns and who can own those handguns.
If I could follow up with that then, if we were to include that amendment, would it provide comfort for future legislators and future individuals involved in biathlon? And yes, they're a separate organization and their weapons or guns are not covered under this legislation. But forward thinking.
Biathlon is not impacted. It is simply not. I mean, what the problem being is that any government can then say, oh, well, we don't accept your organization. We don't find your, we will no longer recognize your organization. So there is always a threat that our government will not recognize shooting sports. However, I'm trying to find a way in our current government system that we can find that balance between the government wanting to have a control of firearms and our ability to operate our sports.
And your suggestion is to have this amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go to Senator Deacon representing Ontario.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. My first question is to our witness, Mr. Smith, and trying to really understand some of this. I'm wondering how the international practical shooting differs from shooting sports that are recognized by the Olympics, Paralympics, Francophonie, Commonwealth Games, all those games, in terms of the equipment. At the Olympic level, the pistol, the rifle, and the shotgun events are governed by the International Sports Federation, which has a rule book, as you know, about this thick, on the construction and the calibration of these precise firearms. And it's regulated by really strict guidelines and staggering amounts of minutia that dictate everything from the trigger pull weight and barrel construction to the thumb rest, ergonomics, and ammunition specs. I'm not a shooter. Trying. But they're very niche firearms, which serve one specific purpose tailored to their events. So are the firearms used more of a standard kind that you could walk into a gun shop to purchase? Or are they also very tailored to these events without much use outside of competition? I'm trying to understand that technical difference.
Okay. So just to start, so we also have an international rule book that's recognized in all countries that participate in the sport. The actual firearms that are used, we have different divisions. We have a division that starts with a firearm that you could go buy, just a basic firearm. It's called production, so it's a production firearm. And then there's several other divisions with the open division, which would be the highest level of firearm that's very tailored exactly for the sport. And it would sort of, analogy might be like race cars. So you might have your stock car and your F1 race car. And so it goes through all those iterations. The production gun would be $1,000 to purchase, and an open gun would be $15,000. And we have members that probably have, most members would have two for a backup, so they have $30,000 invested in the sport, and they may not be able to continue.
Thank you. I may come back to the round two. I'm going to ask another question I think I have time for to Ms. Honour. And congratulations on the recent performances in Santiago. Great to have shooters qualified for the Olympics, first time since 2000, so my colleagues know that. And I also, around this issue of C21, around it, you've been dealing with a lot of roadblocks the last two quadrennials with facilities and keeping membership fulsome, for sure. So we recognize the challenges that you have. You've heard today about the minister being in the room and us asking the minister questions a little while ago and he assured us that elite level Olympians and Paralympians, right down to novices, would be able to train with the exceptions provided in this bill. So, two things. Were you and your group consulted? Did you have an opportunity for input or speaking? And do you think if this bill's passed, there'll be more clarity on what to expect moving forward?
The Shooting Federation of Canada was not asked to participate in either the committee that discussed C21, nor did we have letters answered to us after we wrote to the minister several times to request. And in terms of any contact, what we have had is with the Ministry of Public Safety on the wording of the letter and what kind of screening we're doing to identify athletes that would like to import or transfer ownership of a pistol.
Thank you.
We go next to Senator Cardozo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses who are here in person and online. This is a complex bill, and we really appreciate your time with us. I want to ask my question to Sandra Honour, if I can, and it's regarding, in a sense, the culture of recreational gun shooting. You made at one point a comparison to bicycle riding. You suggest that people needed to do more before they became an expert or competitive bicycle rider. I'd say that it was an interesting analogy because it helps frame that, but the difference, though, is that bicycles aren't used to, or cannot be used to kill people. So I put that because I think that's part of the criticism that we certainly hear at this committee, concern about the culture of recreational shooting. You did mention that it's a forum where people can meet and develop friendships, and that's I understand that and I get that, and there's many ways that we as people, as citizens, develop our friendships and get to know people. So I understand that, but I wonder if you can, to the people who've said to us, there is a serious crisis, an epidemic of domestic violence, and and they juxtapose that versus a hobby. I wonder if you could comment on that in light of what you talked about in terms of the friendships and social atmosphere that people can develop
So we have community. We definitely have community in our sports, all of the different shooting sports, and I think this is where we could provide service. You've identified places where legal guns can be used in the act of a violent crime, and so what could we do as a community that cares about responsible firearm ownership do to help? We've never been asked what we could do, what courses we could provide, what information we could move to our community that own pistols, that belong to our clubs, to help reduce any issues around domestic violence and suicide. You're not asking us to be a part of the solution. You just identify us as a problem, and that's it. Blanket statement. I think it's a two-way street. We could be support community change and identification as a part of a community that really cares about responsible firearm ownership. And we could do work. And if we understood how to identify issues, mental health issues, if we were more educated as people that instruct and manage gun clubs, we could do more for the community than to just only make legal gun ownership illegal, pistol ownership illegal, and no longer have any responsible people owning pistols.
So, and are you aware of any gun clubs that do that kind of awareness raising?
I know IPSC's Black Badge is incredible. You can talk to them. They have an incredible safety program. All the range officer training that gun clubs do have a strong component. Do we have a strong mental health component? No, we're weak in that. And could we do more? Absolutely, if someone would work with us on it to actually tell us what we could do to improve on that. The Shooting Federation of Canada is working on mental health with our athletes, but it's more around anxiety and issues around competing, not necessarily mental health in day-to-day life, but we have opportunities. All sport is working towards a safe sport environment in regards to both mental health and safe operation of the facilities.
Thank you. Senator Kutcher.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for your sharing your thoughtful considerations around the issues related to target shooting sports and this bill. My question is for Mr. Smith. Welcome to Ottawa. I understand that the IPSC has some chapters in countries that have quite restrictive gun legislation, and you mentioned the UK, Australia, but I also understand that Japan has a chapter. Could you share with us, so we have a better understanding, more details about how people who are involved in target shooting sports in those countries, how is that finesse there? What kind of processes are there in place in those countries that have the more restrictive legislation? Could you share us with that, the details?
I can't speak to everyone. We have a member in Nova Scotia that lives in the UK. He travels to the Channel Islands to compete and practice. He also has a cottage in Nova Scotia and has a valid RPAL in Canada and flies over to compete in Canada and picks up his guns and flies back to other countries to use them. I don't know all the countries. I did reach out to the section coordinator that runs Australia to ask and had some correspondence back and forth. So they have in order to become you're kind of a novice and you spend 6 months going to the club and using other people's firearms, and then after that you apply, and it takes like a year to qualify, and so I'm very familiar with that. I know Russia they have an international, they have centers where the firearms are kept. There's 109 countries. I'm not familiar with every one of them. So.
Well, no, it would be impossible to be familiar with 109 countries. Would it be possible, as a request, for you to do some research on this, and just let's pick Australia, United Kingdom, and Japan for 3 countries.
Yep.
They're more like-minded with us than Russia.
Yep.
And if you could help us understand, how do they do it? What things are there in place for them? Would that be possible?
Yeah, I did provide that information to the CQ committee when I testified there, because, like I said, I did reach out to Australia because they're I think at least 3 times in testimony they've been raised as the model.
Yeah, but those 3, Australia, Japan.
I can do that.
Thank you so much. That would be fantastic. Do we have any time left?
Yeah, a minute and a half.
Okay, great. Thank you. For Sandra Honour, thank you very much for being with us and for sharing your thoughts. This issue that you raised, I think, is a really, really, really important one about the role of the shooting organization in proactively addressing concerns around suicide with guns. And I thank you very much for raising that as an issue. We know that many different organizations, for example, sports organizations with young people, are now bringing in mental health literacy into those organizations, teaching people how to identify individuals who might be suicidal and what interventions you can do in the organization. Have your organizations had any discussions with the federal government or your provincial governments or any mental health groups to help you develop those capacities? And is there a willingness to do so if you haven't?
As a national sport organization, there's an absolute willingness. The other sports have that opportunity, and we are going to be able to piggyback on some of those other sports in terms of their learnings and how to manage that. And we will absolutely be bringing it into the leadership and the coaching and the officials and that type of work at the sport organization. What would be great is if we could get that to the clubs.
Thank you. Senator Youssef is the final senator on this round.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the witness for being here. My question will be both to Sandra Honour and, of course, James Smith, and this is to deal with the concern that you have in regard to the legislation and a future membership because of the C-21 ban on handguns and the use of handguns. So maybe two parts to it. One, membership in the organization is a serious responsibility, and obviously, if there was an exemption based on what was proposed in the other place, there would be a higher degree of vigilance as to how you would police that, because anybody would join and just to get around the handgun restriction. So maybe could you elaborate a little bit in some of your thoughts about this, because this is an issue that's been raised publicly, and I'd just like to get your thoughts in regards to.
So as I said in my opening statement, IPSC, and we have since its inception in Canada, had a requirement to have an extra training course above and beyond what the government required, and we call it a black badge program. And so it's a 2-day course where we vet the people. It's some training, it's the rules, it's a little bit of everything. And so we really don't have, we have a limited amount of instructors, so we're never going to be able to, the people, if everybody comes and says they want to join, it's just not going to happen because we don't have the facilities. And in addition to that, we have a requirement that you have to participate on a yearly basis or you lose that black badge and you're no longer able to participate. So we certainly would cooperate and do that vetting. And as members come in and left, we would let everybody know that that's how it's working.
Yes.
Similarly, that could be done in the ISSF sports as well.
So maybe a follow-up in regard to your answer. What is the requirement to maintain, I guess, membership and ensuring that someone who join the organization is actually are engaged in the competitive nature of what is required?
So we track the participation at the competitions on the provincial and the national level. And if you go a year without participating, you kind of go into a 6-month probation. And if you don't participate in that 6 month, then you have to go through all the training again.
Okay. Would that be the same, Sandra, in regard to your organization?
No, we are not currently at that level, but could be if required.
Okay. And I guess in regard to the amendment that was proposed in the other place, that amendment deals specifically with some of the concerns that you have, that the committee dealt with and obviously didn't support it, but they did look at it. You were satisfied with the amendment as it was proposed?
Yes, it could have gone a little further, but the writing was sort of on the wall. We would take whatever we could get at this point to have our sport survive. So,
right. Thank you both for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Colleagues, I'm afraid that brings us to the end of the panel, and there were more questions lined up, so that's a mark of the quality of the presentations that our 3 witnesses brought to us today. We greatly appreciate your time and expertise and your contributions today. And we finish by commending the 3 of you for the work that you do, the very hard work that you do in representing your various communities. So thank you very, very much for that and for joining us today. We'll now suspend briefly as we prepare for our second panel. We'll now continue with our next panel. For those tuning into today's meeting, we're exploring Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments with respect to the regulation of firearms. For this next 55 minutes, we have the pleasure of welcoming Matt Hipwell, owner of Wolverine Supplies, William Klassen, former police officer with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Yukon, and by video conference, Lynda Kiejko, Olympian in pistol and civil engineer. Thank you all for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks to be followed by questions from our members, and I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony. We begin today with Mr. Hipwell. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, senators and guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all before you this afternoon. I'm going to touch on a few points of some of the issues I find. Concerning Bill C-21. The handgun freeze, which has been implemented by the C21 and the Liberal government currently, has done nothing to reduce our handgun crime in Canada since its implementation in October of 2022. Do we know what this freeze has actually done for public safety to date, and we're a year into it? I'm going to suggest we can't. This is because the freeze was on the sale and transfer of handguns in Canada only affected by Canadian handgun owners who were legally licensed and able to lawfully possess those firearms. The freeze did not prevent the criminal element in Canada from possessing a handgun or acquiring one. Nor, as we know, do the criminals care about any of those laws. It only affects those who want to enjoy their chosen sport or hobby. We've even heard from chiefs of police and the RCMP that have stated legal handguns are not the problem, but the statements from professionals of the front line have been ignored so far. We've missed an opportunity to enhance public safety, to appease the public. It's focused on what was easy, and that was the legal handgun owners who were fully licensed. It did not address our open borders, handguns on the streets. We still have the media reporting of the shootings where handguns have been used. And has there been, like I asked before, has there been that reduction in crime in our first year? Firearms classification. This is not complicated, although we've had, over the years, individuals have built their careers on classifying firearms. The exception is actually when we come to handguns. They're clearly defined by barrel length, caliber, number of shots, i.e. magazine capacity, and any one of us can do that and no problem determining it. Why I bring this up is Minister LeBlanc has said that he wants to reestablish the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee to independently examine the classification of existing models that fall under new prospective definition of a prohibited firearm in Bill C-21 and to identify those that qualify as hunting firearms to exclude them by a future decree, for example, an order in council. What is the prospective definition of a prohibited firearm under Bill C-21? We don't know. It hasn't been developed. But if we stuck with simple classifications, barrel length, magazine capacity, the action, etc., any one of us, including the manufacturers, the retail customers, would know what the class of their firearms would be and how to do it. Everyone from a manufacturer, importer, distributor, retailer to an owner want to comply with firearms laws and regulations. But when these are not clearly defined and constantly reinterpreted, we are placed in the precarious position of leaving us liable to lose money and face possible criminal charges. Where's the media education for the firearms owners so they're aware that their firearm is now prohibited? There are many firearms out there today that use their firearms as tools and are certainly aren't well versed in the gun law. How many firearms like the Mini 14, which was prohibited a number of years ago, is used as a farm gun today, and the farmer takes it out to deal with a rabid skunk? Manufacturers have been accused of trying to evade the law when they are only trying to comply with the regulations that are laid out because the goalposts have moved. New offenses in sentencing. This one I've take to heart from my former experience. We've talked about increasing sentences from 10 to 14 years. These sections do not help us unless the tools of our justice system are there to implement these new laws. During my years of law enforcement, it was clear the justice system had many revolving doors. As police officers and justice officials, we just became frustrated with that catch and release. Let's address the system before we need to add longer sentences. We have new offenses being listed under Bill C-21. An example, authorization to transfer a cartridge magazine to individuals. A person may transfer a cartridge magazine that is not prescribed to be a prohibited device only if it is the individual holds a licensing authorizing them, his or her, to possess it. So now we need a license to possess a magazine. So a magazine for a firearm will need a license to purchase or possess. How many 22 caliber magazines are out there in Canada today? The number is staggering. I realize I've only touched on a few points of C-21 this afternoon, and I hope you can see the legislation has many areas that need improvement. I am in support of common sense and accountable firearms legislation and something that does not infringe on the privileges of law-abiding Canadians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hipwell. We now go to Mr. Klassen, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Senator Dean. Good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about Bill C-21 and how it will affect firearms owners like me. I have used and owned firearms since I was a boy on the farm for pest control, target shooting, hunting for meat, and in my work. I am an active member of the Yukon Handgun Association, and I speak in part on behalf of its members. I agree with our Yukon Liberal Member of Parliament who voted against Bill C-21. I also agree with other witnesses who have appeared here who have stated that Bill C-21 is seriously flawed and recommended that it be scrapped. In my view, the current firearms laws, if properly enforced, are all that is needed to keep Canada and Canadian communities safe. If the Senate, in its sober second thought deliberations, decides to pass the bill, then it should make some substantial amendments. I fully support the amendments suggested in the brief sent to you by the group of 7 researchers, policy experts, excuse me, and subject matter experts. I have time to speak to only 2 aspects of the bill, the semi-automatic rifle ban and the handgun freeze. If I understand it correctly, sections 15 and 16 of the bill propose to ban semi-automatic center-fire long guns with detachable magazines capable of holding more than 5 rounds. That is unnecessary. All semi-auto center-fire long guns are already restricted to 5-round magazines. Some of the firearms that are termed assault-style rifles are used by many Canadians for hunting and target shooting. Why ban those? Where is the evidence that such legally owned guns are used in crime or that banning them will make Canada safer? The list of prohibited firearms includes the Armalite AR-10. 3 years ago, the Yukon government bought AR-10 type rifles, actually Sig Sauer 716s, rifles for its conservation officers, arguing that they needed semi-automatic rifles to deal with conflicts with dangerous wildlife. There have been at least 3 instances in recent years where Yukoners were killed by grizzly bears. Why should Yukoners and other Canadians not be able to own the same type of firearms as conservation officers need to protect themselves? Many Yukoners spend considerably more time in the bush than do conservation officers, but the ban will prevent them from owning and using AR-10 type rifles to protect themselves. Over the years, I have collected more than a few handguns, 3 of which were the issue sidearms of RCMP members with whom I served. These revolvers have considerable historic and sentimental as well as real economic value to me. The freeze on handgun transfers by order in council in October of 2022 and strengthened under this bill has destroyed the considerable economic value of my collection. I may not transfer them to my children or grandchildren, and I may not sell them. I can donate some of them to a Yukon museum, but an income tax receipt will not come close to equaling their real value. My executor may well have to surrender many of the handguns from my estate to be destroyed. Where is the evidence that banning and destroying this valuable property will make Canadian communities safer? Canadian handgun owners must take instruction, must pass tests, and have their spouses or partners agree to their receiving a restricted firearms license for guns which they may then only use at RCMP licensed ranges. Licensed firearms owners are not the people responsible for shootings in Canada. Preventing them from trading or selling these restricted firearms will not make Canada safer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klassen. And now to our third witness, Ms. Kiejko. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for having me here today. My name is Lynda Kiejko. I'm the volunteer president of the Alberta Handgun Association. I'm also a current national team member in the pistol shooting team. I've recently returned from representing Canada at the Pan American Games, and this was my third time representing Canada at the Pan Am Games. I'm a three-time Pan Am Games medalist. I'm a Commonwealth Games medalist, and I'm also a two-time Olympian in pistol shooting. Both my father and one of my sisters are also Olympians in pistol shooting sports. Target shooting is one of the most inclusive lifelong sports in the world, and one Canadians should consider valuable. Target shooting sports provides a level playing field that no other sport really provides. All people, all body shapes, all genders, able body, otherwise, it doesn't matter. We can all compete shoulder to shoulder against each other on a level playing field. The limitations that C21 now presents and some of the rules that have been created, they create issues specifically for me and for athletes, future athletes like me. If my gun becomes broken, I can no longer acquire parts. I can't have warranty work done outside the country. I have no access to new firearms and the latest models with which to compete on the international scene. And the delay on import and export licenses is significantly a concern. I already currently have to bite my nails waiting to receive my export permits when I get named to a team with less than 6 weeks departure. I received my export permit for the Pan American Games after I actually arrived at the airport to depart for the Games. It's caused me excess stress leading up to the Games. It did nothing to improve your safety over top of the existing regulations that are already in place. And it only really impacted me and nobody else. I have at least two teammates who are currently struggling with acquiring new firearms. One firearm was ordered before the handgun freeze was put into place, and it was issued. And my understanding is it's still sitting in import purgatory. And one has been trying to move through the regulations as they sit today to acquire a new firearm under the regulations that has been introduced to the market after the handgun freeze was put in place. And more than a year later, both these individuals do not have the required equipment in their hands to participate in their events. By removing the ability to enter the sport, new shooters are struggling to acquire the equipment to participate. C21 is requiring athletes to prove they're training for the Olympics before they even start into the event. It makes no sense. Athletes rarely start off a new sport with the sole purpose of making the Olympics. Sport is intended to promote activity for life. Why are we putting such an additional pressure on the shooting sports only to produce Olympians? Participation in other shooting sports provides an avenue to enter into the International Sport Shooting Federation, which is the ISSF events. It covers a greater opportunity for competition than just Olympic events. There are more events within the ISSF World Championship that are contested at the Olympic Games. C21 removes the option to compete at an international competitions just because the Olympic Games has now a limited subset of what the ISSF covers. This doesn't
Ms.
take into
Kiejko,
account...
excuse me, could
Yes.
you just
Yes.
slow it down a little bit to help us with translation?
I'm very sorry.
That's all right, thank you.
Very sorry. Yep, I will. This also doesn't take into account any of the other international bodies that are also handgun events. C21 would limit the ability to take an RPAL course, required to own a handgun, and any ability to acquire a handgun, ranges qualified to shoot a handgun, and the list keeps going on. For what? What goal is being achieved by the regulations of C21? My guns and those of my teammates are not the guns we're trying to remove from the streets. Our guns have never been on the streets. These regulations are impacting me directly and doing nothing for illegal guns, nothing for violent crime, nothing for public safety. C21 has a pretense of doing something while doing nothing productive. I have been competing in pistol shooting for 31 years. I have been part of the national team for the better part of 24 years. I became an Olympian 7 years ago. Without all of the training leading up to my first Olympic Games, I would not have become an Olympian. And what happens if I retire from my sport? Will you confiscate my firearm? Would you confiscate a swimmer's swimsuit? What about a soccer player's ball? What about a tennis player's racket? Where is the recreational element for shooters? Olympians come out to participate after their rigorous training is done, is part of the motivation for future athletes. By requiring the Olympic or Paralympic discipline as the only valid sport to train, compete, or coach, to have the equipment to take part, there's a significant restriction on future athletes. Sport matters. Target shooting is a sport for life, and with the current C-21, you are taking away from Canadians without significant impact on violent crime. As the sedent, I implore you to include all pistols commonly used in ISSF disciplines, the World Championship sports, and add participation in organized target shooting sports to the training and competition section. This should not be just restricted to the Olympic or Paralympic disciplines. There is a lot of other disciplines with which we actually collect people to go to the Olympics. Other events as such as IPSC, that they have their own international sport federation.
Ms. Kiejko.
I implore you to look at the other ones.
I'm afraid.
Thank you very much.
But thank you. Thanks so much. I'm sorry to have interrupted you again. And let me just say congratulations on behalf of all of us in this room on your many sporting accomplishments. Well done. We're now going to proceed to questions. The panel finishes at 4 p.m. and as with the last panel, I'm limiting each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes. I'll hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remain in your time. Please keep your questions succinct and identify the person you're addressing the question to. The first question goes to our Deputy Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be for Mr. Hipwell. Mr. Hipwell, you have pretty much said it's impossible to please everyone, especially when it comes to managing firearms in Canada. But, Poly remembers, has its claims and its wishes, but I think you're looking for a reasonable middle road. Do you think that where we are now with C-21, that it will be possible to reconcile the points of view of those who think firearms should be left with owners and those who would like to remove them entirely from the country? And what's the reasonable middle road?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I believe, yes, we can find a middle road, but there needs to be a little more work done. We need to be able to hold people accountable. We've heard this afternoon that there's many different levels of what that accountability looks like, from licensing to additional training. You've talked about storage, transportation regulations. There's another aspect down there. We've heard mental health being spoke of very highly, and we all know the impact that's had on various individuals. So there's a lot more things that need to take place, and it's not. I don't think it's just for one body to make those decisions.
J'ai temps pour une autre question.
Do I have time for a second question? Oh, good. Thank you, Chair. So, as a firearm retailer, what's your view of the repurchase program that the Liberal government is planning here and has set up?
The repurchase relating back to the OIC back from May 1st of 2020. First off, if these guns were so bad and the government wanted to remove them from the streets, why haven't they repurchased them now? It's been 3 years, and those guns are still sitting locked up securely in homeowners' safes, vaults, cabinets. I'm not sure that's not the road we want to go down.
Maintenant, j'aimerais vous entendre sur...
Now, after hearing about the buyback, thank you, I would like to hear you on semi-automatic weapons, the attempt to withdraw them from the market. Do you sell any of them, and who buys this type of combat weapon?
There are many different types of semi-automatic firearms and that's a very broad statement. They are different calibers, from rimfire, from .22 to your shotguns, which your bird hunters use and competitive sport shooters, to various other centerfire hunting rifles, target-type rifles. They're used in many different walks of life. Some that aren't recognized, some are a livelihood. Example of a semi-automatic firearm that's used in predator control. I took a phone call from a customer on my way here today who's having problems. He's already had 27 coyotes he's had to dispatch this fall, and the winter hasn't even begun. There's a time and place in many parts of the country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, on the list we have Senators O, Plett, Deacon, Ontario, Boisvenu, Beam, Kutcher, Dasco, Richards and Cardozo. Senator O, you are next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for being here with us. My question is for our Olympian, Lynda Kiejko. I want to say thank you very much for representing Canada and put our country on the map in the world. And my brother is also an Olympian shooter, so I understand how top professional all of you are and how hardworking and also the high level of discipline on your work. Minister has been to our committee on October 23rd, referring to the Olympic level of competition. We are not affecting the ability of these elite athletes to access the firearms they need for the sports competitions. But we also heard from the Chief Firearms Officer from Alberta and Saskatchewan, who told us that not a single application for firearms acquisition has been approved for Olympic-level athletes since the federal government issued the order in council banning the sales and purchase of handguns. Can you tell us that is it your understanding that what the minister has said is correct?
No, the minister is not correct. The C-21 regulations are trying to carve out a bit of an exemption for handgun owners, specifically in the Olympic sports. For what we've seen currently, we're having lots of problems. There's no way to actually get approval or importation of new type of firearm, and there are some brand new ones that are on the market that are cutting edge, and Canadians will not have access to those firearms. And I have a teammate who's literally been trying. I compete alongside her. I train alongside her on a regular basis. And she's been trying for probably over a year now to import one of these new cutting edge firearms, specifically for competition. It's one of the only things that you can use it for, and specifically for an Olympic event, and to no avail. Like we're not having any luck, and she's not having any luck with it. The truth of the matter is C-21 cuts down our ability to compete on an international scale. Whatever we have within the country right now is all that we're going to be able to attain. And anyone new coming into the sport, if they want to move into the 22 events, they're going to have, they're not going to be able to. They're going to be having to borrow. And new athletes who are coming in, we're literally having to supervise them, and we're lending them our equipment to be able to borrow it. And I want to liken this to everybody's handgun is kind of customized to your hand. You need a customized grip. It's like borrowing someone else's sneakers and trying to run a marathon in them. It's just not something that works really well. You have to have your own equipment.
I hope the minister listened to what you say. Hear, hear. And, we'll have more young athletes like you representing us in the future. Otherwise, we'll be wiped out from the map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one for both Mr. Klassen and Mr. Hipwell. You're both ex-law enforcement officers. Since 1976, gun control measures have ramped up significantly. Bill C-83 in 1976, C-51 in 1977, C-17 in 1990, C-68 in 1995, C-10A in 2003, and Bill C-71 in 2018, along with measures that were introduced by order in council. A pile of gun control bills. And yet, in spite of all these measures, the sponsor of Bill C-21, Senator Youssef, noted at our last meeting when he said, and I quote, "When I was young and went to school, gun violence was not a thing." Can you tell me, gentlemen, with all these gun laws, I want to make our communities safer as well. I think we all do. Can you explain to me why gun control measures are going to succeed in making our communities safer with this one when all others have failed to do so? And I know I'm asking opponents of the bill rather than proponents. I should maybe have asked them that question, but please.
Well, I think Mr. Hipwell said it earlier. The people, for the most part, the people who commit gun crimes pay no attention to the laws. So adding more laws and regulations for those of us who do comply with the existing laws are not going to have, in my view, a positive effect. A small example, within the last, I think, 3 months, I live in the Yukon just outside of Whitehorse. 4 kilometers from where I live, the police, the RCMP, raided the home of a young man who was under court order not to be in possession of firearms. He had no firearms license. He was a drug dealer, and he was found with several firearms. And this person, the Bill C-21, will have, in my view, no effect on someone like that who ignores even court orders to not be in possession of firearms.
I'm going to ask Mr. Hipwell another question because I'm sure his answer to this one will be very similar to what yours was. Don't want to put words in your mouth, Matt, but some witnesses who appeared before a committee last week were supportive of the ban on assault weapons. But it is the definition of that is in large part the problem. What it seems to have come down to is the look of a firearm rather than what it actually does. In Canada, as you know, we have many semi-automatic rifles that are used for hunting. Certainly well over 1 million semi-automatic rifles are in the legal hands, and they are non-restricted firearms. How does one pick and choose some of these guns and classify them as assault weapons, but leave them in circulation, likely non-restricted, semi-automatic firearms that may shoot exactly the same ammunition and claim that some of these guns are safer than others? How do you pick and choose?
How do you pick and choose between them? That's very challenging. I'm not an expert in that area to be able to pick and choose between the different types. They all have different features, the ergonomics, the fit, much like the example of a grip on a pistol. Some of these rifles are smaller, designed for smaller shooters. We've heard of grizzly bear examples. I've heard of wild boar examples where semi-automatic firearms come into their own environment and predator control. I know with a coyote explosion in population in parts of the country, that's where these types of firearms come into their own and are tools to protect people's livelihoods.
And probably if a wild boar was coming after you after it had been shot once, you'd be happy to have another bullet in your clip.
I haven't encountered it, but I'm sure that might be the case.
Thank you very much. Senator Deacon, Ontario. Yes.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. My question, in 2 parts, goes to Ms. Kiejko, and welcome back. We're thrilled that you got back. We know the rest of your team is certainly going to be back by today, and we're so glad that you're able to make this afternoon. Looking at this legislation, of course, we are told there, and we see there are exceptions for people in your position, not only elite athletes like yourself, but also those who are training. The question when I asked the question of the minister about this, he assured the committee, and I quote, that it's not only the person who's going to go to these international competitions representing Canada, it's those who are training and getting ready to one day hopefully have the opportunity to do that. Also, as I note, the bill provides exceptions for those that are training, competing, or coaching in a handgun shooting discipline that is on the program of the IOC or the IPSC. I take this to mean they don't necessarily mean to be training for the Olympics, but simply participating in a sport recognized by these agencies. Why do you think this won't be the case?
Because how do you prove that you're training for that? So you can be training in, there's 15 different Olympic disciplines, and Paralympic disciplines, I believe they have a very similar amount. But really, when it comes right down to it, it's like, how do you prove that you're training for it? as one of the IPSC witnesses had already said as well, like they kind of have a regulated amount where like they track where everybody is and where everybody's doing and how often they've been competing. Our events don't necessarily track it the same way. You can go back and you can look at the listings, you can kind of figure it out, but we don't actively track how often someone competes to make sure that they're still competing and they're still training and they're still working towards it. There are some people where, you know, like they've trained a few years ago and they had some life changes and they weren't able to come back. And then say 3 years later, they jump right back into it. We're totally supportive of that. They could have definitely been training away from it. They just may not have been able to come to a competition due to a whole bunch of life things. I think that there's a huge limitation by just saying we need to only look at the Olympic events and not do anything with that. There are some other Olympic events where if they want to bring them in, well, they may bring them in and they may not. And then there's some other events that were Olympic events and no longer are, but they're still competed on the World Championship stage, and they're still actually supported by the ISSF. And those events are a whole bunch of guns that, I mean, would no longer be allowed under the regulations.
Thank you. I'm just going to dig a little bit deeper on something else from your experience, and I think it's that training participation piece that you're absolutely talking about. Let's look at something you touched on a little bit earlier, and I certainly know, having worked on many Olympic Games, two biggest challenges in logistics: getting the horses to the riders out of ships in quarantine and getting guns and ammunition to the athletes. They're the two biggest challenges of the games. I know you've been through it. You started to talk about it, and I'm curious to understand a little bit more what that is like for you and how you see that might change as a result of C21.
Well, I think one of the IPSC witnesses had also actually mentioned it. So somebody's firearms are lost in transit. What do you do to replace them? I literally had to compete a year ago at one of our championships with somebody else's gun. And again, it was awful. It doesn't fit. It didn't suit me. It did not work. My performance was definitely subpar. What if I had never gotten them back? What would I have done? I don't know. Under the regulations, I wouldn't have had a firearm to continue competing with. I wouldn't have gone to the Pan Am Games this year. I wouldn't have made the team this year because my guns would be gone. So we're looking at logistics of, I am entrusting my firearms to the airline to be able to get it to me. And yeah, there's logistics, there's rules, there's permits, there's everything in place. And right now I have a whole bunch of permits that I have to apply for before I leave the country to be able to get back in the country. And I am at the mercy of the government to get all that done in place. And if I dare to apply late because I get named to a team late, then there's nothing I can do. There's no way that I can rush those permits.
Thank you.
Much. Senator Boisvenu, you are next.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will put my question to Mr. Klassen. And I will be looking for your experience as a police officer. This bill, as we can see, tends to confuse two values in our society. Firearms have been on the planet for about 800 years, the 13th century more or less, if you look at the history. And those who back this bill enthusiastically have an utopic philosophy, thinking that Canada should be rid of every single firearm. That's sort of what we hear. And then there are others who say that, you know, it's a somewhat imperfect bill, and these are Olympic competitors, these are sports people, honest hunters as well, who use the culture of a safe use of firearms. That is, you know, what they've learned, and that's their legacy. And now we have legislation that has been adopted since a number of years, and we know that you need citizenship buy-in to make it work at all. So here's my question. Is there buy-in from legal gun owners for this bill? And if not, how will we be able to manage firearm use if most of the owners don't back the law?
Thank you for the question. The firearms owners that I know, mostly the members of the shooting club, of which I'm a member, do not, to the extent that they understand the bill. And it's not a bill easily understood, because when you read the legislation, and I have some experience in doing that, you have to cross-reference it to all these other bills that are being amended at the same time. So to the extent that shooters understand the bill, no, they do not support it. They, many of the members of the Handgun Association own handguns. Perhaps that's obvious. And they are negatively affected by this bill because it has resulted in the loss of the value of the firearms that they own. And the value of those firearms is not insignificant. That is to say, it is significant. As the previous witness mentioned, these handguns, if you own several, you're into the tens of thousands of dollars. And so looking at the loss of the value of that, in my case, given my age from my estate, yes, it leads to opposition to the bill.
C-68, which was adopted in 95. In 2004, 2005, 50% of information in the National Firearm Register was wrong. Police officers would often go to an address based on the register, well, there was no register. Supposedly there was nothing there, but there were weapons there. And then other police officers would go to where there were supposedly weapons, and there were none. So this log was of little use to protect police officers, and that was one of the things it was supposed to be doing. 5 years down the road, with this bill now before us, won't we find ourselves in a situation where the management of firearms is neither better nor worse than it is now? Moreover, Canada has one of the best regimes in this matter in the first place.
As a former peace officer, when I went to a home where there was some concern about the possibility of firearms being present, I always assumed that there would be a firearm there. The registry was certainly not perfect in my own case. I transferred a handgun from the former registry to the new registry, and when I received my registration certificate, it said I only owned the frame, it had no barrel. So I had to re-register it because of that error. There were many errors. I have a friend who was not used to using computers, and he tried to register his firearms online, and he registered them 3 times. So he suddenly owned 3 times as many firearms according to the registry as he in fact owned because of that error. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's all right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Klassen. Senator Beam, you're next.
Thank you very much. My question is for Ms. Kiejko, and it follows along what Senator Deacon was asking you about. And first, I join others in congratulating you on your amazing sporting career. We've heard from victims groups about the so-called Olympic exception, and that they're concerned that people might fall between the cracks in that context. But I would imagine that in the many sporting events that you've participated in, maybe not so much the last one in Santiago at the Pan American Games, but others, there are athletes representing other countries who have enacted laws that would outlaw guns of certain kinds. I'm thinking in particular, perhaps in the context of the Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games. Have you had, maybe when you're not as tense as you would be in competition, but when you relax with your colleagues, have you had a chance to talk about laws in other countries and how they're applied, or do others face the same, other competitors face the same tension that you would in getting your permit just before you get on the plane? I'd be interested whether you've got other views or heard other views.
I haven't necessarily heard other views. Like there's definitely a few. Some of the challenges that some of my Great Britain teammates have gone through, where they literally have to go to a different country to be able to train for their event. They have to store their firearms somewhere completely different, which I would see is a huge disservice. I actually personally do a lot of dry fire. I have 3 young children at home, and the majority of my training actually occurs after they go to bed, which gives me very small windows in the day to be able to do my training. And to not be able to have my firearms at home with me, to be able to do that dry training, I can't even imagine the challenges that some of my other competitors might actually be under, or how they even manage that situation entirely. I've had conversations on the flip side where people look at me and shake their heads going, how on earth do you even manage? Like, how do you get your guns out? Like, you might be arrested getting back into the country because your own country didn't give you the permit to get there. Even though I'm taking out the same thing that I've owned legally within the country, it's a bit staggering to some that we jump through so many hoops just to be able to kind of go compete and then come home to represent a country that doesn't seem to be very proud of us.
What would you say to the groups that are concerned about the so-called Olympic exemption?
I'd ask them why. And if they have concerns over, I mean, I understand the tool and the sporting tool that we use can be seen in a very negative light, but I think any Olympian, any sport competitor in any sport respects their sport and respects the tools of which they use their sport. So I'd have a really hard time. I'd really want to understand where they're coming from and if they're focused only on the tool or if they're focused on the practice that goes into it and the intentional practice that goes into competing in any sport at a high level. Because any competitor at a high level has a very high respect for their sport, for their competitors, and for the general public around them. We're expected to be role models for the general public, and that's just an expectation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Beam. Senator Kutcher.
Thank you very much. Again, congratulations, Ms. Kiejko, and thank you for bringing forward the issues that Bill C-21 may have on target shooting sports. I think it's an important issue. My question had two parts. The first part has been taken by my seatmate, Senator Beam, so I won't repeat it. The second part, however, realizing the challenges that your sport would have, but also at the same time balancing the right of people not to be shot, are there any changes that you would make to the bill that would protect your sport while at the same time protecting Canadians from gun violence?
That's a really double-edged question. In my opinion, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of C-21 that I would necessarily keep because I don't think any of it addresses gun violence. And if you're looking to address gun violence, then you need to look at places that gun violence is being committed. And if you're looking for that, it's not at the gun range. It's not in competitive sports. And if that's the case, then pretty much all target sports need to be exempt from the restrictions that C-21 is trying to implement. And if you're trying to literally deal with the violent acts that are happening, you need to look at where the violent acts are happening and who they're being perpetrated by. And in the majority of the cases, that's being handled by illegal firearms, and C-21 is going to have no impact on illegal firearms or illegal firearm ownership. C-21 is just going to create more people who don't want to be a criminal and potentially end up creating more criminals than we want to be. I don't want to be a criminal. I want to follow the regulations. I want to continue participating in my sport. And through additional regulations, you're going to create accidental criminals, and that's not really the case. It's not making you any safer. And trying to go and deal with the socioeconomic factors that are creating gun violence and gangs and problems on the streets, and being able to implement and enforce the regulations that we have and enforce RCMP and give them the tools required to help keep the streets safer and be able to do their jobs appropriately. I would see that as a better regulation than putting additional things into C-21. I'm sorry, I don't have a whole lot of hope or support for C-21 as it sits today.
Thanks very much, Senator Daska.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Actually, a couple of my questions have already been asked by my colleagues, but I did want to explore a little bit, dig a little deeper after Senator Deacon's questions, and I wanted to ask about the sports in the Olympics and other international events that do involve shooting or guns. And I wanted to know if you knew or could kind of give me a number of of Canadian athletes who might be involved in shooting competitions in the Pan Am Games, which is where you competed so successfully, and in the Olympic Games and in other international events. So can you kind of just give me a sense of how many Canadian athletes are involved in the shooting in any of these international events, like, for example, the Pan Am Games? Just want to get a sense of the numbers.
So I'm just going to preface it that saying the numbers once you get to international level is significantly less than the numbers that are competing within Canada to work towards those numbers. So the most recent Pan American Games, we had 14 athletes who were competing. And then the last Olympic Games, I was actually the sole Olympian who was there. We were actually very fortunate. We've qualified 2 athletes for the next Olympic Games from these last Pan American Games. When you're looking at, say, World Championships, then you can expand that. I think we only had probably a handful of Canadians. Like, I want to say, I can't count them all up. I'm like, we're looking between kind of like 5 and 10 that we had at World Championships. And most of that was actually due to the financial cost of getting to World Championships. It cost each of us between $6,000 and $8,000 to go to World Championships because we didn't have any financial support. That's a lot for some of our athletes. If we had fielded a full team, then we probably could have had at least 30 people at World Championships. When you're looking at within Canada, there's a whole bunch more that are going to be competing within Canada, because we would have between 3 to 5 athletes per event that would then compete in it, depending on their own self-funded basis.
Right. So when you said 14, that is the number of Canadians at the Pan Am Games who were in shooting competitions? 14.
Yes. 14.
Yeah, that's quite significant, actually. It's more than I would have thought. Tell me about the new firearms issues. Why is it that you would not be able to have access to the developing technology?
Because it's a new handgun, so there's a new firearm that's being manufactured, and it's taking some technology from several different types of firearms. So it's kind of taking the best of all of a few different versions that are on the high competition level, and it's being manufactured from Germany, I believe, and trying to export that firearm from Germany with the German firearm rules, and then import that firearm back into Canada. There's a minimum export process of at least 6 months to be able to kind of get it out of Germany, and then we have the import process to be able to get it within Canada. No one's been successful because you can't do that. There's a very few limited import licenses for this specific type of firearm or this manufactured firearm, and the ones who do it, they haven't been able to navigate a way to do it yet.
Right. No. Okay. Sorry.
We have to move on because we're rapidly running out of time. We have Senator Richards, Yusuf, and Duncan remaining. So, Senator Richards, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And congratulations, Ms. Kiejko. My question is for Mr. Klassen or Mr. Hipwell. Maybe I'm the odd man out here, but I think this, in a way, targets rural Canadians and northern Canadians and people who use guns for a livelihood or for hunting. And I think it's an extremely elitist bill done and made by people who perhaps never used weapons or never grew up on a farm. I don't know what you think of that, but I'd like to get your opinion on that. Is what I said in my second reading about it. I also think that if you're going to make semi-automatics illegal, you're going to put 3/4 of my friends on the wrong side of the law. And I think those on the wrong side of the law would never give up their semi-automatics. So I'd like either of you to comment on that if you could.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just comment on your first part of your question there was creating that divide between rural and urban Canadians. I'll just speak on the handgun side. I'll use IPSC as a bit of my example here because that's a sport I'm more familiar with and did compete in it. I'll use the province of Manitoba. I'm going to say 80% of the shooters live within Winnipeg. So you have 80% that are in an urban environment. So creating that, yes, in some cases you are seeing examples from rural Canadians, but it's not just affecting rural Canadians. When we get into Southern Ontario, where we have a large following with IPSC, I don't have the numbers. I'm sure Mr. Smith would be able to get those numbers for you, but there's a lot of urban Canadians that are also being affected by this legislation.
That's handguns.
That's
handguns, yes.
Correct. I'm
Yeah.
just speaking of handguns.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Senator. When it comes to firearms use in northern Canada, yes, they are Indigenous or Aboriginal people certainly use them as part of the way of maintaining themselves. Obtaining meat from the wild, or country food as it's sometimes called, is an essential part of their lives. Whether the bill is elitist or not, as I said, witnesses have been here that have either suggested doing away with it, not passing it, or at least substantially amending it. Earlier legislation, as I think Senator Plett was referring to, even that was not, long gun legislation was not understood by some of the older First Nations people that I knew, who would go into a firearms store, in this case Canadian Tire in Whitehorse, to buy a rifle, and they would be asked for their firearms license, and they didn't have one, and they wouldn't be sold a rifle. A little while later, a younger Aboriginal man would come in and buy the same firearm, and you could be quite confident then it was going to the older man in the community, and there would be no record of where that firearm was being stored. So there's a lack of understanding, I think, in legislation like this, that there are still people in this country who have a very great difficulty with our system of laws. All they know is that they need a firearm to get a moose. I recall another Senate committee in 1995, I think it was, came to Whitehorse, and there was an older First Nations man from the community of Ross River who said, I think tellingly, "If you take my gun away, how am I going to live?" He said to the senators, "I can't sit at the table, look at paper, and make money like you guys."
Well, that's pretty well what I was saying, too, about rural Canada and about many people in the Maritimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, Senator Youssef and Duncan are still on the list. We're running out of time, so 3 minutes for each, if you could. Senator Youssef, you first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. If I have maybe a question to start with Mr. Hipwell. Mr. Hipwell, you don't have an issue with those who have a firearm license you don't have an issue with those who have a firearm license being able to purchase ammunition. I think you made a reference in regard to a magazine. As you know, ghost guns are an issue that we're struggling with in the country. There is a real challenge as to how we can get control of that, recognizing the technology is evolving pretty quick. The legislation will put restrictions on, you have to have a license to purchase some of these equipment, obviously, so they're not getting in the wrong hands. Why is that? Is that an issue? I mean, why would it be an issue? And of course, let me finish on this point. A criminal who did commit a terrible crime on the Danforth in the city of Toronto went in and buy ammunition, even though he didn't have a license, but he was able to purchase ammunition in regard to the gun which was obtained illegally and used, of course, to commit the crime and killing individuals in the Danforth shooting. Putting restrictions on purchasing ammunition and other equipment that will bring some continuity to how the law can be maintained so criminals are not doing bad things. You don't have an issue with that, do you?
No, I think that's part maybe a little bit misunderstood. As it sits today, to purchase a firearm, so the serialized item, and ammunition, you require a firearms license. Like, that's already in place. Where my example there was that now it was going to be an offense for the magazine that belongs to that firearm, that if I was to give it to you and you don't have a firearms license, that is now the offense. So now we're talking a part of it. So how is that going to be controlled? You have firearms manufacturers here today, that you're going to hear from today, and the number of magazines they manufacture in relation to the number of firearms is probably 5 to 1, maybe 10 to 1. So you have all these parts. I don't see how that's going to curb and enhance public safety by saying that you now need a license to have a part.
Certainly would allow us to track those who are purchasing these parts so they don't end up being put into ghost guns if that's a possibility.
But I'm not sure how we're going to track it.
But if you required a license to do so, we would know who were purchasing these equipment.
But how, okay, so we're going to start today with a license for all those parts, but what about all those parts that are in society today?
Well, that maybe you can't solve every problem with one piece of legislation, but it certainly is looking going forward to ensure the people who are purchasing these things that you have a license to do so because you want them to be responsible for what they're doing.
The next part to that is how do we educate everyone that that is now the law, just much like Mr. Klassen's example here with the transfer of a firearm. A lot of people don't understand. Now we've gone from the serialized piece, which is the expensive part. That's the part that we can track and control because it has a serial number, like a VIN number on our vehicles. Now we're going to a small component, and we want to try and track it. I think I think we can come up with better ways to help our law enforcement resources and put our money in other areas that would be more effective.
Thank you. Thanks. Senator Duncan, a couple of minutes if you can do it, please.
I'll be as quick as I can. Thank you very much to all our witnesses, and thank you, Mr. Klassen, for being here. You spoke of your work in public service as an RCMP officer, but you didn't mention your work with the Department of the Environment or Renewable Resources. And you did speak very eloquently about the use of the semi-automatic rifle by the Department of the Environment. And if you could, I'd like you to perhaps briefly address the background that would have gone into the minister in the purchase of those semi-automatic rifles.
The minister actually, the Minister of the Environment in the Yukon Legislative Assembly tabled a legislative return that outlined the process that they had gone through, the firearms instructors in-house in the Department of Environment, where, yes, coincidentally, I was the deputy minister of that department for a time. The in-house instructors in that department tested a range of semi-automatic rifles, and they determined that this Sig Sauer 716 was the firearm that best met the needs of the conservation officers. And last week I spoke with the former senior conservation officer about the use of those firearms, and he said that they had been used in dealing with some grizzly bears at a bison kill, and they were very effective. And the training the officers receive is extensive. But there are also, outside of government, there are instructors in the Handgun Club, to which I belong, who are actually experts in the use of these semi-automatic firearms. And so that training could also be provided to civilian owners.
But under Bill C-21, as a Yukoner, if I had this training, I couldn't buy one of these. Is that what one of these same weapons?
I'm sorry, the system was failing me. I have a hearing impairment.
I think we have to end. I'm sorry. Maybe you could. That brings us to the end of our panel, colleagues. We're a little bit over time. I extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Hipwell, Mr. Klassen, and Ms. Kiejko. We greatly appreciate the contributions and time you've took to share today to share your expertise with us. Congratulations, Ms. Kiejko, and thank you for the work that all three of you do in representing your community so well. We had many more questions for you today, but thank you so much for the amount of information and advice you could squeeze in the time available. Colleagues, we now will suspend, and I'm afraid we have to be back at 5:05 p.m. Welcome back, colleagues. We will now continue with our third panel of the meeting. For those tuning in today, we examine Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all in relation to the regulation of firearms. We now have the pleasure of welcoming by video conference on behalf of the Canadian Shooting Sports Association, Mr. Tony Bernardo, Executive Director, Rick Ostashower, veteran and instructor, Canadian Firearms Safety Course, a former military and police firearms instructor, and in the room with us today, Richard Edward Terry McCullough, Vice President and General Manager, Savage Arms, Inc. Thank you for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks to be followed by questions from our members, and I remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your testimony. We begin today with Mr. Bernardo. Over to you, Mr. Bernardo, whenever you're ready. Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Dean. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Tony Bernardo, the Executive Director of the Canadian Shooting Sports Association. The CSSA is one of the largest firearms associations in Canada, with a membership of 37,000 individuals. We've existed in various forms for 66 years. Over 75% of our members own and shoot handguns, and we are one of the regulatory bodies for sport shooting in Canada. You have been listening to firearms experts, and they have told you the problem and have given you the science to reduce gun crime. What I don't understand is, why is the government not listening to them? Why is this government directing its efforts against the law-abiding as opposed to directing them against the criminal misuse of these objects? From all the evidence you've listened to, it seems clear the government is engaged in a witch hunt against millions of lawful Canadian citizens. Yet expert after expert have told you the same things. From Marcel Wilson to the former OPP chief Chris Lewis, C-21 will not stop or lessen gun crime and is totally focused on the law-abiding. Every measure we have has shown the current government pogrom against lawful gun owners has failed to curtail violence with firearms. And in fact, the problem increases each year. Clearly, this 30-year-old approach doesn't work. Please address as well the devaluation and confiscation of the handguns, because this bill does not simply freeze transfer of handguns. It mandates their fiscal destruction. And finally, the confiscation without compensation. Worse, it doesn't have the courage to confiscate them from me. It takes the cowardly route of confiscating many millions of dollars of private property from grieving spouses left behind when their loved ones perish. It literally robs large sums of money from the purses of widowers and widows at their worst moment of vulnerability and leaves this obscenely immoral issue to another government to deal with. England didn't deal with it that way. Australia didn't either. Even New Zealand had the fidelity to pay compensation to its citizens. Yet this government chooses to ignore the experience of our Commonwealth partners and British common law. Even this government recognized how wrong this was when they enacted the May 2020 Order in Council confiscation of modern sporting and hunting firearms. They pledged fair market compensation for the theft of these firearms. The May 2020 Order in Council guns, that you want to take them away from me. The C-21 handguns, you want to take them away from my grieving widow. As of last year, media outlets have reported that 661 repeat offenders, all arrested for committing other serious crimes, were also charged with 1,514 counts of breaching firearms prohibition orders. 1,514 counts. Yet our public safety minister refuses to lift a finger to fix Canada's broken firearms prohibition order system to address this serious public safety issue. The CSSA even went so far as to present a system to remedy the firearms prohibition order problem, but no response was received from the federal government. Thank you for hearing our concerns. We will leave you with this thought from former OPP Commissioner Chris Lewis. Quote, "The people who are using guns aren't the lawful owners have registered guns and have had the background checks, have been trained and safely store them. That's not who's committing the violent crimes. It's people who are using smuggled guns from the United States. That's the vast majority of guns used in crime, of the handguns. There are all kinds of laws in effect right now that they're disobeying. Adding more laws to the lawful owners isn't going to impact the criminals who don't care about laws. They commit them all, including murders. Banning lawfully owned handguns is not going to solve the problem. Please pay the deepest attention to this matter. The confiscation of legally owned property from lawful Canadians that have committed no offense is a slap in the face to the liberties our country has enjoyed. You have the power to change this fraudulent bill. Respectfully, please do so, and thank you for your service to Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernardo. Mr. McCullough, you are next. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Honourable members of the Senate of Canada, my name is Richard Terry McCullough, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today to testify. For the last 16 years, I've been in the role of Vice President and General Manager at Savage Arms Canada, which currently stands as Canada's largest rifle company. I'm also in my 6th year as a volunteer board member of the Peterborough and Kawarthas Economic Development, having served as the board chair in 2022, and I am also a former member of the board of the Canadian Sporting Arms and Ammunition Association. Savage Arms is an iconic gun maker founded in 1894 by a gentleman called Arthur Savage in Utica, New York. It's currently headquartered in Westfield, Massachusetts. The company has manufacturing facilities in Lakefield, Ontario, and Westfield, Massachusetts. Savage Arms began in 1969 as Lakefield Arms in the village of Lakefield, Ontario. The company was in turn acquired by Savage Arms in 1995, and today the Canadian division of Savage Arms Canada employs between 80 and 225 persons, and we manufacture anywhere between 150 to over 336,000 rimfire rifles in Savage Arms Canada in Lakefield, Ontario. I wanted to reiterate some of the comments made by previous witnesses, one being our CSAAA president. Our Canadian firearms industry plays a pivotal role in the Canadian economy, contributing over $8 billion annually to our national GDP and providing employment for over 45,000 individuals. However, we are currently weighed down by a regulatory environment that has become a substantial burden and a source of anxiety for our industry. You know, some of the previous witnesses brought some great insight. Dr. Christian Leprecht, you know, when he talked about 90% of the handguns seized in the commission of a crime or that are possessed unlawfully in Canada have been smuggled into Canada by various organized crime groups. You know. The current government came into power claiming it would engage in evidence-based decision-making, and instead, the bill amounts to decision-based evidence-seeking. You know, as has been commented on by several of the expert witnesses, including Mr. Bernardo, that we all agree that, you know, going after law-abiding Canadian handgun owners will do nothing to control gun crimes that we see in our cities and towns. You know, it's certainly an organized crime gang element who really, you know, do not care about the laws and certainly cannot abide by that. You know, allowing cities to choose to ban handguns. I mean, enforce the bans on shooting people, enforce the bans on illegal handgun ownership. I understand there's a large group of folks that have already commented on law enforcement, our Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. One of the comments I just did want to read was national headlines. There were several of them. Canadian police chiefs won't back handgun ban. Say it wouldn't stop the flow of guns into the country. The firearms laws in Canada are actually very good right now. They're very strict, said Vancouver's police chief, Adam Palmer. So, I mean, we really have seen that, several times we've seen experts, as we say, a group of 7 academic scholars, doctors, have come together and written, 3 big to the Senate. We all agree. I'll finish by saying that attention must be focused on bolstering policing efforts. Really, that's where we see. Rectifying the flaws in our catch and release bail system and fortifying our border services. I'd like to thank you very much, and I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCullough. Finally, we go to Mr. Rick Ostashower. Please proceed when you're ready, Mr. Ostashower. Over to you. You're on mute, I think, Mr. Ostashower. Just bring us your audio.
I'm afraid, sir, you're going to regret that one in a minute.
Okay. Please
Honourable
proceed.
Senators, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hearing me today. There are many things I wish to say. I've read and researched the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Criminal Code since starting with the Calgary Police Service, or CPS, in 1989. I've found little, if any, correlation to public safety in Bill C-21 as it relates to these critical documents. There are several direct discrepancies, if not outright contradictions, within this bill as it relates to the Charter and the Bill of Rights, especially the enjoyment of property. I must point out that I have maintained contact with many people of varying ranks and positions within the Calgary Police Service, the RCMP, and the military, and am regularly kept abreast of many of the circumstances and situations that they are laboring under. After speaking with several extremely knowledgeable people, and I'm fortunate to know very many, I have decided against speaking out about how Bill C-21 affects me personally. I shall emphasize instead several points that have multiple effects on our country writ large. The first issue I wish to make is that the negative effect some of the bans have and will continue to have on our society's safety. I'm referring to the inability of police and military, as well as public agents and armed guards, to purchase for the private use and practice of firearms that are either similar or in some instances identical to their service firearms. I recently met a young woman in a local shooting range who had purchased a Glock 17, 9mm semi-automatic pistol, for those of you who may not be aware of it, and was practicing with it. She obviously had well-taught drills and skills, so I asked her what her regimental number was, her police identifier. The young lady told me that she'd failed the RCMP recruit course at Depot in Regina because of her difficulty with firing the RCMP issue firearm. She'd subsequently applied for and been accepted to Calgary Police Service and was preparing for that. Her devotion to never quitting was evident through her tenacity in learning how to handle what would become her service firearm. She had paid the better part of $1,000 for the gun, although I didn't ask for specifics, and only she knows how much time and ammunition she has spent practicing with it. Obviously, this happened before the handgun freeze, so this is an option not available to others in the same ilk. I spoke with someone who told me she had learned of a recent gun show in Irma, Alberta, not far from Canadian Forces Base Wainwright, where I have spent many years. A military couple at this gun show came up and spoke with her, and she questioned them, of course, about what they do and their views on what's happening now. Their response was, we as a military are hurting. We have 25 rounds per annum, so 25 rounds of ammunition to practice with and 25 rounds to do a basic weapons proficiency test with. That's it. Now, granted, these must be young soldiers, probably not infantry, but they still have to know how to use their firearms. I know that after having served over 40 years in the Canadian Forces and almost 13 years with the Calgary Police Service, as a civilian member of the firearms unit, that these are new developments. When I was in the Army, especially attached to combat arms units, there was never a shortage of training ammunition. In fact, I spent over 10 years on rifle teams where it was not uncommon for an individual to expend upwards of 1,000 rounds a day. And we would be shooting for 5 days a week for months and months at a time. We had shooting teams, as I said, in both organizations, and I was proud to be part of them. I know that after 10 years of various shooting teams, I've fired well into the millions of rounds of ammunition. Part of being accepted as an expert witness in Alberta in both the provincial court and the court at the time of Queen's Bench was able to deliver opinion evidence on firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other weapons, was my history of shooting and utilizing many different firearm systems. While I was with CPS, there was a requirement to qualify with one sidearm 3 times a year, so once every 4 months. Wednesday evening.
Mr. Ostashower, sorry to interrupt. Yes. Your prediction was correct. Could you wrap up, please, in the next 15 seconds or so? Thanks.
Certainly. They no longer have that. They now qualify twice a year. The big problem is liability. What happens when somebody who is not trained and not allowed to keep their proficiency shoots the wrong person? Everybody loses at that point. The person who shot, the person who does the shooting, and the family. For myself, my firearms, and I won't go into them, are now literally not worth the price of scrap metal, because I can't even do that to them. They're wall hangers in my vault. Bill C-21 is bad law, and you, honorable senators, have the ability to stop it. I ask of you, with all humbleness and respect, that you bring this into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ostashower. Now to questions. I'll be quick. We have to finish at 6. We've got 4 minutes for each question and answer. 30-second warning card that you're familiar with. And we go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenais, for our first question.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I will move quickly, and my question will be for Mr. McCullough. Mr. McCullough, you sell parts for the repair of firearms. We know that this new phenomena, this phantom parts and guns, it's very worrisome. Are you hearing me? Do you hear the interpretation? So, would it be possible, is it possible to create illegal plastic weapons and then buy the parts that you sell to include them in the illegal weapons? And how can you have any control over this?
It's a very interesting question. Thank you, sir. With our particular Savage Arms models and designs, I would say no, we do not sell those types of components. If someone was to be nefarious and buy a Savage Arms rifle and start taking it apart and trying to re-engineer, that could be possible. But we do not, we make rifles that are not sort of in the 3D printing, 3D metal, but it is the technology. 3D printing is available now in metal, as you know, for aerospace and parts and so. The technology.
Maintenant, je voyais sur le site d'un commerce.
Now, I saw on the site of a Quebec retailer that sells your products, Savage Products, an offer of a cartridge that could hold 10 projectiles. We know that C-21 is trying to restrict the number of projectiles. Is this a valid approach, and will it make citizens safer? And is it possible that it's possible to change a cartridge magazine by anyone who would want to avoid following the law? Can they play with the cartridges themselves?
For rimfire, if that's what you're referring to, for rimfire ammunition, we sell 10-round magazines, yes. We do not sell, if I'm clear, for hunting, you're not allowed. It is already been testified. 5 rounds is the most that you can get in a centerfire magazine today in Canada. So 10-round would only be available in rimfire. Unless you were at a range, a specific range, then you would be allowed a 10-round magazine. But my understanding on the centerfire side is that is the absolute maximum in Canada, 10 rounds.
J'ai temps pour une autre question.
Do we have time for a last question? Good. So you say that there's an American company that you are running a company linked to the Americans. I don't think that C-21 will change much of your commercial activities, but could you quickly compare an American and a Canadian arms purchaser? Because I'm sure that there is a different approach to selling firearms to people in America and to the States. Is that the case?
Factoring firearms in Lakefield, Ontario. We're not a retailer or in that sense. So I wouldn't know the American laws per se to comment at this state. So.
You don't sell any firearms in the U.S.? No business with Americans?
Air rifles in the U.S. and Savage Arms is also manufacturing firearms in the U.S. But we export 94% of all the firearms we make to America and the world. So, again, as the other witness testified, to be up on every single country's firearms laws, I would not profess to know that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have Senator O, Deacon, Ontario, Plett, Cardozo, Boisvenu, and Dasco. Senator O, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for joining us. And my question is going to go around compensation for handgun sales and purchase ban. The government has offered no compensation for its decision to ban the purchase and sales of handguns. These firearms have been acquired legally and in good faith by licensed firearms owners. And the government has decided to arbitrarily ban their sales and purchase. Question is, do you have any estimates as to the monetary impact on restricted firearms owners of these measures? And also another question, do you believe that the government should offer compensation for this action, which obviously very negative impacts on the value of these firearms?
So I would first of all defer the question to Mr. Bernardo, who would be more able to answer the question. The second question I will answer. Yes, absolutely. I believe that as was already testified, that this is a grab. People are, they have value in their collections. They have value in their estates. I met a gentleman at the Clay for Kids shoot last month for a cancer fundraiser The gentleman had literally hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of 1880s handgun collection, for example, you know. So the monetary value would be huge, and I think that the government, if they are going to arbitrarily make these guns illegal, they do have a responsibility to compensate the owners, for sure.
Yeah, this is similar to people collect arts for their retirements.
Mr. Bernardo, did you want to go back to the first question?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Senator O, there are a number of very large collections. There's a number of very small collections. Some of the collections might be only 2 or 3 handguns, and those collections would be worth, say, for example, $2,000 or $3,000. But the larger collections could be, like, as Mr. McCullough said, well into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The point being, of course, if it doesn't matter if it's $1, if it's $100,000, the federal government shouldn't be taking money from Canadians through confiscation of their legally acquired property. There is no compensation scheme attached to this, and I would guesstimate that the overall value of handguns in Canada would be into the hundreds of millions of dollars across the entire country.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Deacon.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here with us today. My question at this moment I'm going to put to Mr. Bernardo. As we look at witnesses, I try to have a look at your website or, learn what I can about you ahead of time, usually in committee. And on CSSAs, I found some commentary on the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel, which I'll quote here. It will make sense. An old saying reminds us, you don't need a gun until you need a gun. The world saw this prove true in the most horrific ways over the weekend. It's a stark and brutal reminder of why the Americans have the Second Amendment. There cannot be a right to life without the corollary right to possess the tools required to protect and defend that life. Israel forgot that historical lesson, and to the world's horror, is paying the price for it today. End of quote. The post did give me a chance to sort of stop in my tracks and pause and reflect a little bit, as promoting firearms for personal protection, I believe, is misguided. Research consistently shows that families living in homes with guns face substantially higher risks of being killed by a gun than those who don't. So it's statements like this one that make me think we need this handgun freeze, because if people think owning a gun protects themselves and their family, they've bought perhaps into a false and potentially deadly notion. I'd like to know if this is one of the reasons why the CSSA opposes this bill, because thus far discussions on this bill have really focused a lot on hunting and sport shooting, not weapons for self-defense.
Well, thank you, Senator. I think I can address this concern. First of all, the article you were reading was a reflection on the U.S. Second Amendment. The second thing is that self-defense is legal in Canada. You are allowed to defend yourself. While we do not permit in Canada the use of firearms for that purpose, in the gravest extreme, it's happened many, many times. People have defended themselves thousands and thousands of times in our history, not with just handguns, but with rifles and shotguns too, particularly in rural environments where they're defending themselves from animals. Certainly, I think we can all agree that if you have the right to life, you have the right to defend that life. Certainly, the Criminal Code of Canada reinforces that. So I don't think there's any question about that. The particular commentary that we were talking about that you had read on the website was specifically addressed to the situation in Israel, because Israel at one point in time had very, very wide open laws. And what happened was the federal government there went to a centralized storage facility. And you had to store your firearms in a central storage facility, which, of course, is misguided to begin with. But however, they did that. And as soon as the Hamas killing started, people realized they really needed those firearms. And the federal government threw the doors of those wide open and said, come and get your firearms. If you don't have any, we'll give you some. So it was more a comment on that very specific situation rather than on C21. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Senator Plett.
Thank you, Chair. Minister Bernardo, the minister was at our committee here a week ago, and he made some assertions. One of them was that clubs, sporting clubs, sport shooting clubs, he didn't know of any that didn't support the bill, and yet everyone that we've had in front of us has said, well, they certainly do not. He said something else, and I quote, "The premise that this affects law-abiding gun owners who pursue sports activities, such as hunting or sports shooting, is a phrase that is often used. We have been explicit and careful to ensure that these measures do not target those people. Farmers or people in rural communities, sports persons, people using firearms in northern and indigenous communities. They are not targeted or affected or included in these measures that we're trying to adopt." So in his quote, the minister says that persons engaged in sport shooting, for example, are, in his words, not targeted or impacted by the bill. To me, it would seem that Bill C-21 is almost virtually exclusively about that. For me, this statement is almost a shocking level of untruth. Mr. Bernardo, would you agree that sports persons, fire clubs, and hunters are not impacted by this bill? And do you know how many individuals in shooting sports in Canada are impacted by Bill C-21?
Well, thank you, Senator Plett. I totally agree with you. The minister's remarks were, let's be charitable, somewhat less than truthful, because frankly, C-21, it only affects the law-abiding. It has no effect whatsoever on the criminal use of firearms. It is strictly about the law-abiding. I think that we have right now approximately 1.2 million handguns out there owned by approximately 400,000 Canadians. And again, I'm paraphrasing these numbers off the top of my head. So yes, it affects only the law-abiding. There's not a single thing in C-21 that affects the criminal use of firearms, not a thing.
So you're saying that about 400,000 people would be negatively impacted by this bill. 400,000 law-abiding citizens would be negatively impacted by this bill.
That is correct, Senator, and as well as their families, because you have to understand that for a lot of people, these collections are investments towards, for example, their retirement years. And when they can no longer sell them, the value of that investment it plummets to absolutely zero. This is the federal government literally stealing the money out of the bank accounts of families left behind. It's a heinous act, and it should be changed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernardo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Cardozo is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. Just on the question of guns that are handed down from generation to generation, maybe Mr. McCullough, I'll ask you, what would be the range of the value of those guns today?
For example, Mr. Bernardo had mentioned it, but I'll give you an example. You can buy an Italian Parazzi shotgun, okay? That ranges from $50,000. I think the top of the line is around 250,000, maybe 200,000 euros. So if you could imagine the value of that one shotgun, other products, handguns, things like that. So the value can be as much as a Rolex watch, for example. You can buy a very good serviceable tool for, $60. You can buy one for $250,000.
And an antique, which may be in the family for 2 or 3 generations, does that increase in price as an antique?
I think it all depends on not so much the age, but the actual specific model of the firearm. Does it have provenance? If it's workable, if it's not, if it's collectible. Tony certainly knows a lot more about this in the handgun side than me, but it's like any other value thing. It's not necessarily age that makes it valuable.
Okay. My other question is with regards to an issue of culture, which I asked a previous witness today. And an earlier witness had talked about the gun clubs and so forth provide a certain culture for people. You get together, you get to know each other. And, we're all parts of various kinds of groups in our lives. So certainly some people choose to be involved in a gun club, for example, one of the things they do, or recreational shooting. On the other side, we've heard from women's groups who are really concerned about the lives of people who are affected by intimate partner violence. And so they're not seeing it as a sort of downtown Toronto versus farm in Alberta kind of dichotomy, but rather pointing to the fact that women are killed by their male partners in homes across the country. And sometimes in rural areas, there's less support for women to escape the home and so forth. So their point of view was, it's our lives versus somebody else's hobby, and that's one of the points that's made to us. Would any of you gentlemen care to comment on that sort of cultural aspect of this whole issue?
If I
Yes,
can,
I would.
Yeah, I'll let that gentleman proceed.
Sure, please go ahead.
I've had lots of experience. Have I muted myself again?
No,
you're good.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. I've had lots of experience, especially with the police and the shooting community in general, over probably a period of 60 some odd years. I personally know and shoot with several women and young girls, some as young as mid-teens, who enjoy the sport for what it is. I briefly worked in the domestic violence unit in the Calgary Police and have no misapprehensions about what you are referring to or what these other witnesses referred to about a genuine fear of not being able to escape or having that type of scenario thrust upon them. The overall or overarching majority of firearms owners know and respect the rules for safe storage, and those rules were written initially in Bill C-68 that came into effect in '95 to provide a calming down period. So, the firearms are locked up in a domestic or an urban situation. First of all, the firearms are locked up. So that has to be overcome by disengaging the lock.
Do you mind if I interrupt?
I shall have to interrupt, I'm afraid, because we're about a minute over. So
I had another tiny question.
Apologies. Senator Boisvenu, you're next.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank our witnesses for being here. My question is addressed to Mr. Bernardo. We know that C-68, adopted in 1975, is an economic fiasco. $2 to $3 billion, some people say, were spent on a pretty much useless firearms register. Right now, the government is undertaking to spend pretty much the same amount. If we take into account the weapons found illegal in 2020, and then the handguns that the government will have to pay for in a buyback scheme if they want to truly make them illegal going forward. So how is the government going to manage to sort of hunt down firearm owners, because that's more or less what they're going to have to do, to be able to buy back all these to become illegal firearms? If we look at past legislation that didn't work, was a dire failure, pretty much useless. How's the government going to get all these firearms if hunters, let's say, don't back this bill? Because a bill like this, what's really needed is to have the backing of law-abiding gun owners. But if they don't back this, how's the government going to get hold of all these weapons?
Senator Boisvenu, I do not get the English interpretation. I've tried to do that, and I can't seem to get it on the Zoom call here. I apologize.
We apologize. Does anybody else
Oui,
want
Monsieur Ostashower?
Well, perhaps I could put the question to Mr. Ostashower.
Didn't get the question either, and I'm just clicking on here.
Testing, testing, English interpretation.
No, I'm not getting.
The translation does not seem to be available to us. When we click on the more as instructed by the host, when we click on more, it does not come up with interpretation on it. So I apologize.
It was a good one.
Yes, it was. Chair, I think in all fairness, we need to get that corrected and have those, even if we do go over a bit, this meeting did start a little late, and if we go till 8:15 tonight, I'm sure that's okay.
Agreed. We'll suspend briefly and try and get this sorted out. Thank you. Could you restate?
Alors, je veux juste m'assurer, est-ce que...
Very well. I just want to make sure that Mr. Ostashower, are you hearing the interpretation?
Merci beaucoup. Alors, la question, je vais vous l'adresser. Ce que je...
Thank you. Then I'll put the question to you. So in brief, what I was saying was that C-68 led to the spending of $2 to $3 billion to deal with firearm owners. And everyone since then has agreed pretty much that it's been a dire failure, financially and otherwise. Most hunters, by the way, did not make the changes they were asked to make, so the register became unusable. Now, we're speaking of a great deal of money, once again, especially if you consider all the weapons, all the firearms to be found prohibited, semi-automatic and handguns and so on. You'll be up to about $2 billion once all this is through. Now, any legislation must ensure that legal firearm owners back the legislation in order for it to work at all, and it seems that they don't. So how will the government go about hunting down, so to speak, the owners of these said illegal weapons to be able to buy them back without any actual correct register of them as it is? How's the government going to get hold of them all if hunters and owners don't back the bill?
Senator, the short answer to that is many of the firearms described in Bill C-21 are in fact already restricted. Of course, all the handguns are. Many of the long guns, although by no means all. So theoretically, the RCMP is fully aware of which restricted handguns or long guns are where. And it's simply a matter of looking it up very much as one would look something up in an automobile registry. Those firearms that are not restricted, however, there is no realistic method of finding out where they are.
C'est ce qu'on disait sur le projet de la loi.
What was said about C-68 was that the register was to keep this data up to date, but people who have owned these firearms for 30 and more years, is the information the RCMP has up to date on all that?
As a matter of fact, when I was with the firearms unit, one of the last conversations I had in 2000 with my counterpart at the Firearms Registry Service in Ottawa at the RCMP was his estimation that as much as 50% of the information that they had on firearms was incorrect, either by locale, by name, by serial number, make, model, number of shots, anything along those lines. And he further volunteered that he was under the impression that at that time, there was already 75,000 AR-15s in Canada, manufactured by Colt and others, but mostly by Colt, that had been brought in before there was requirement for them to be registered, and therefore they fit into the same category of previously unregistered and unregulated with respect to that firearms. Very few people turned them in, or very few people came forward and said, yeah, I have one. So, what do you want me to do with it?
Merci. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Boisvenu. Senator Dasco to be followed by Senator Kutcher. Senator Dasco.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for being here today. My question is mainly for Mr. Bernardo, and you spoke about your opposition to the handgun restrictions. But I was looking at a very significant survey of Canadian gun owners conducted by Environics this year, and they have reported that 65% of gun owners in Canada favor banning assault-style firearms. 63% favor restrictions on the sale, purchase, transfer of handguns. And similar percentages support a number of other aspects of the bill, or restrictions and measures that are being taken. So, Mr. Bernardo, is it possible that your organization and maybe some of the other firearms organizations that we've heard from represent a minority of gun owners in Canada? The majority supports some of these crucial and very reasonable measures in the bill.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question. First of all, we're not talking about lifting restrictions. Handguns are extremely restricted now in Canada. As a matter of fact, you have to have a permit to do absolutely anything with a handgun. You can't fire them, you can't own them, you can't do anything without the RCMP issuing a permit for you to do that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the ban of handguns, the ban on the transfer of handguns, which of course can only be transferred to somebody who's already allowed to own them. So you're dealing with transferring a handgun from one handgun owner to another handgun owner, or from a store to a handgun owner, all of which are conducted within the purview of the RCMP regulations. We're not asking those regulations to be lifted or changed. We're asking them not to be added to by a draconian bill.
Oh, well, yes, and thank you for that, but I'm just reporting that most gun owners in Canada favor these kinds of restrictions, including the restrictions on the sale, purchase, transfer of handguns. So this is what this research is showing, and also support for the buyback program and other aspects of federal involvement. So I just wanted to make that point, because we've heard from you and we've heard from others about your opposition to the bill and what the bill says about handguns and assault-style weapons, but Canadian gun owners as a whole seem to support this. So I'm suggesting that perhaps the members of the organizations that have come here to represent they've come to represent their members, but they don't represent gun owners as a whole in Canada. That's what I'm suggesting to you. I just wondered if you might agree with that.
Well, I certainly would understand where that sentiment comes from. Certainly handgun owners are in a minority amongst the overall community of firearms owners, but I would also remind you that democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding what to have for lunch. And this really relates to this. We have people who've committed no crime and they have jumped through every hoop the government has laid before them. And now we're looking at going to punish them because they're in a minority, where the object of government, at least democratic government, is to protect minorities from intrusion.
Thank you.
I think my time's...
Senator Kutcher.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses for being with us today. My question is for Mr. Ostashower. A previous witness talked about an interest of target shooting organizations becoming more involved in suicide prevention. And my question is for you, as your work as a police firearms instructor. Now, and I apologize, I couldn't find Canadian data on this easily. If someone else knows, please inform us. But the American data I found from Blue Help is that police officers have a much higher risk of suicide than any other profession. They have more than triple that of officers who are fatally injured in the line of duty. And 54% of police officers are more likely to die by suicide than the general population. In 2019, the Police Executive Research Forum in the U.S. put together a whole host of information about suicide in police officers. So you as a police firearms instructor, when you are doing your firearms instructing of police officers, do you discuss the issues of suicide prevention, the issues around suicide, the use of guns and suicide? Is that part of the course that you teach? And are you aware of any specific Canadian guidelines that the Calgary Police Force or any other police force follows along this line when you instruct officers in firearms?
Thank you, Senator. The short answer is no. Bear in mind that I left the Calgary Police Service in 2002 and continued on with other things. So any information I would have with respect to what's currently being taught would be just hearsay. As I said earlier, I'm still well connected with the RCMP firearms people and the Calgary Police firearms unit, firearms training unit in particular. We didn't have, when I was there, suicide prevention courses per se for policemen. We didn't have, certainly amongst the civilian members, there was none of that. I believe some action was taken later on, service-wide. So sworn members and non-sworn members to become more aware of some of the signs for potential suicide and actions that can be taken. But, you know, with respect to American information, I can't tell you. I can tell you that as a veteran of the armed forces, that there are certainly orders of magnitude greater suicides there than there have been pre-1990, for example. Suicides amongst the police have always been a not unusual as opposed to a common event. I've known many people over the years who've had the proverbial 38 caliber heart attack. There's not a lot can be said about that.
Thank you. We are just a little bit over time, but this does bring us to the end of our panel, and I'd like thank on behalf of the committee Mr. Ostashower, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Bernardo. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your experience with us. You know that there's been a great deal of interest in what you've shared with us today, and it has been very helpful and clearly appreciated by committee members around the room. So thank you very much. Colleagues, we'll now suspend briefly and we'll return back in 5 minutes at 6:07. Thank you. Back, colleagues, we now continue with our fourth and penultimate panel this evening as we examine Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments with respect to the regulation of firearms. We now have the pleasure of welcoming by video conference from the Assembly of First Nations, Regional Chief Terry Teague, British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, and Julie McGregor, Legal Counsel, Assembly of First Nations. Thanks for joining us today. I invite you to provide your opening remarks to be followed by questions from our members. Please, Mr. Teague, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly, I want to first of all acknowledge the territory that I'm calling from, the Lheidli T'enneh Dagenais people north of Prince George. Good evening. My name is Tapiriit. I am the AFN Regional Chief of British Columbia. I am one of the portfolio holders for Justice and Policing, along with my colleague, Regional Chief Jocelyn Picard from Quebec. I'm grateful for this invitation to address you today regarding Bill C-21. I appeared before the Senate, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security a year ago, last November. Speaking on concerns First Nations expressed about the first version of this legislation, which was widely criticized by many First Nations across Canada. The federal government has never provided evidence of deep consultation with First Nations on the contents of Bill C-21, nor was there a consent obtained with respect to any potential effects the bill may have had on constitutionally protected rights, inherent rights, treaty rights, and Section 35 rights. As a First Nations elected leader and national representative who knows and understands the serious issues facing our communities, I have to say I'm deeply concerned about Bill C-21 proceeding without First Nations consultation and input into the new amendments of this legislation. Topic 1, Resolution 39, 2022, opposition to Bill C-21. Last December, First Nations in Assembly at the Special Chiefs Assembly passed an emergency resolution 39, 2022, opposition to Bill C-21, federal gun control legislation. Through this resolution, First Nations in Assembly call on the Government of Canada to conduct proper and adequate consultation with First Nations as required under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Prior to enacting any legislation impacting First Nations' inherent constitutionally and protected treaty rights to sustenance hunting and harvesting. First Nations in Assembly also advocate for amendments to Bill C-21, including amending the red flag and yellow flag provisions to ensure that First Nations' inherent constitutional and treaty rights are respected, and clarify how the red flag and yellow flag provisions will apply to First Nations and First Nation citizens. Creation of an oversight mechanism to ensure that the Chief Firearms Officer consults with First Nations to ensure that orders do not restrict First Nations access to firearms commonly used in sustenance hunting. Ensure additional provisions to support First Nations police services and ensure that the resources they require to maintain law and order within their jurisdictions is provided, specifically in relation to root causes of gangs and gun violence. Ensure additional provisions be implemented to support First Nations prevention programs for youth in relation to gang violence and illegal guns, as well as prevention programs targeting gender-based violence and violence against First Nations women, girls, and gender-diverse peoples. Topic 2, discretion of the firearms officer. This current version of Bill C-21 continues to grant the Chief Firearms Officer wide discretion over First Nations people's use and ownership of firearms used to practice Section 35 rights to hunt. This becomes even more crucial for First Nations families who rely on harvesting of wild meat for sustenance purposes. First Nations peoples are already overregulated when it comes to practice of Section 35 harvesting rights. This will only add to those constraints. We are therefore again calling on C-21 to amend to include the creation of an oversight mechanism to ensure that the Chief Firearms Officer consults with First Nations to ensure that orders do not restrict First Nations access to firearms used in sustenance hunting and practice of Section 35 rights. Number 3, definition of prohibited firearm. Last week, correctional investigator Ivan Zinger released his annual report, which found that 32% of all federal inmates in Canada and 50% of the women are Indigenous, compared to 25% in 2013. The report describes the country's prison system as just daringly and unconscionably indigenized, with many lingering hallmarks of colonialism that contribute to the ongoing marginalization and criminalization and over-imprisonment of Indigenous peoples in Canada. The over-policing and criminalization of First Nations peoples is a national disgrace, according to the government's own watchdog. We cannot afford to enact more laws which have potential to criminalize First Nations for practicing their culture and feeding their families. I'm not convinced that this version of Bill C-21 has completely remedied the overarch with respect to hunting rifles. It is unclear what the effect the technical definition of prohibited firearm will have on future generations of First Nations hunters. Perhaps the question could have been clarified during consultations and engagement with First Nations, but that has never occurred. Rather, what we have heard anecdotally, I should say, is that hunting associations and outfitters were consulted about this version of the legislation more than First Nations. So, the AFN recommends the Bill C-21 be withdrawn until such time that First Nations have been fully consulted on the effects of the technical definition of prohibited firearm. Number 4. Finally, I would like to address the addition of Clause 72.1, the non-derogation clause. Hunting is an integral part of First Nations culture. It is a part of First Nations' relationship to the land and provides a direct connection to the language, culture, and teachings of our ancestors. While inclusion of the non-derogation clause in Section 72.1 is a welcome addition, the wording is likely to be neutral in effect. Given the broad nature of the clause, it is unlikely to be interpreted as preventing provisions in the Act from negatively impacting or infringing Section 35 rights. In practice, such broadly worded non-derogation clause could simply act as a reminder that Section 35 rights exist. The wording for Section 72.1 does not meet the requirements of the constitutional duties in Sparrow versus Haida, because it only requires that the Act be construed as upholding Section 35 rights. There is no requirement for duty under the Act to comply with a test in Sparrow or minimal impairment or justification for proven rights or the test under Haida to accommodate impacts of asserted rights. Also, there is no mention of the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples or the principle of free, prior, and informed consent anywhere in the Act. Therefore, the AFN recommends that Section 72.1-1 be amended to comply the relevant case law with respect to Section 35 rights and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent under the United Nations Declaration Act to be added. I thank you for your time. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you very much, Mr. TG. We'll now proceed to questions. We will finish at 7 p.m. We might run a little bit over. As with the last panel, each question, including the answer, is limited to 4 minutes, and I will hold up this card to indicate 30 seconds remaining in time. I offer the first question to Deputy Chair Senator Dagenais, and right now Senators Plett and Boisvenu are also on the list. Senator Dagenais.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Regional Chief TG. C-21 is a bill which intends to protect women who are victimized in domestic violence by their partners who have firearms at home. We hear that there are many cases of domestic violence that don't make it to the media. Given that your constitutional right to own weapons is well recognized, I imagine that Indigenous women won't be any better protected once we adopt this bill. So what can be done to protect them, and what types of intervention can we offer when there is violence with a firearm directed at them?
I think, the issue of violence in First Nations communities and against First Nations women and gender diverse peoples can't be understated in terms of, what can be done. And I think one of the issues is providing programs within First Nations communities to understand the root causes of violence. And further to that, in terms of policing, is to provide enough resources for our First Nations policing in our communities. Right now, we're in the midst of developing legislation to go from program funding to essential services funding. However, the issue of jurisdiction continues to come up. And further to that is jurisdiction over policing within our First Nations community. So I think, first of all, is more resources towards prevention of violence and understanding what violence and how that looks in First Nations communities, and adopting policies within our First Nations laws, if you will. And further to that, more resources for our First Nations policing within our communities to allow our policing to have enough resources to properly police. Right now, we don't have enough policing. We don't have enough resources, funding. Many police forces are utilizing, equipment that is outdated. And more often than not, most of our police force have been going to other jurisdictions, such as municipal police, provincial police, because we can't compete. So the sooner we get legislation that enacts really essential services funding, and further to that, more resources, then perhaps this can be prevented.
Thank you so much, Chief TG. That being said, if you have a right to use firearms for hunting purposes, do you think it would be a good idea to really distinguish in the legislation between the members of your communities who live on reserve and those who are off reserve in urban communities, let's say, because I must say there aren't that many moose or wolves and so on downtown?
Yeah, I think that's a blanket disparaging comment there, because many First Nations that live in urban areas also go back to our territories or go within their territory and go hunting, go sustenance hunting. During COVID, many of our people, whether they're in urban or back home, had to go out and fish and had to go out and hunt in rural areas, and they still do. There are many that live off reserve, and we get that because there are many reasons, because there's not enough housing back home. There's not enough job opportunities back home. So they live in urban centers so they can have a job, so they can have a home. So it is not their fault in terms of why they live in urban areas, but they still, whether you live off reserve or on reserve, we still have protected rights under Section 35 to hunt and sustain our own diets, our own way of living, and our own culture and practices to do exactly what we've done since time immemorial.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We go next to Senator Plett, to be followed by Senators Boisvenu and Youssef. Senator Plett.
Thank you, Chief TG, for being here, and I agree, certainly. In 2023, people can go and get into a truck and drive out to get the moose. They don't need to wait for the moose to come to them. And so I fully support your last comments. Chief, last year when the government introduced its amendments to a range of hunting rifles to the list of prohibited firearms, the Chiefs Assembly of the AFN passed a resolution for these amendments to be withdrawn, which I think you already referred to. While the government backed down on the legislation itself, it has now promised to work through its internal regulatory process. The minister told our committee on October 23rd that he would work through the regulatory process to, quote, quickly put into place a regulatory framework that will address the issues that the anti-gun groups have raised, again, not by legislation, but by regulation. The Poly Remembered group were in here as well, in one such group, and they told our committee on November 1st that they are looking for, and I quote, prohibiting all center-fire semi-automatic firearms designated to accept magazines with more than 5 rounds, not only elusive future ones, and to limit magazine capacity to 5 rounds for all guns. By all guns, I would imagine they mean not just semi-automatic rifles, but also all other rifles, including bolt-action rifles. And they say they have that they have been addressed by the minister and that he supports their objectives. Chief, how concerned are you about this regulatory process, which will likely be even much less transparent than the legislative process has been, and are you concerned that hunters, including First Nation hunters, will again be targeted?
Well, that's yet to be seen, especially in terms of this bill. We've gone through this a year ago in terms of consultation. I think there definitely has to be more discussions with our First Nations, and depending on, I really don't want to get into specifics of the technicalities of what is, allowed versus, whether it has 5 bullets versus semi-auto. That I think the point what I'm trying to make is that there needs to be more consultation with our First Nations and with our hunters and with our people who rely on hunting and also sustenance hunting more specifically. And further to that, to the rights of our constitutionally protected rights, whether that be inherent Section 35 rights or treaty rights. I think that there definitely needs, we deserve more. Seeing that many First Nations do rely on, hunting as part of their livelihood.
Well, how much consultation was there? Did the government do with you prior to introducing the bill? Not after they introduced the bill, but what consultation was there prior to them introducing this bill?
Minimal or none at best. I would say not enough. Certainly, this is why we passed a resolution last December.
Thank you. So there was no consultation, and now they're saying they will do things through regulation. I would be very concerned if I was in your position, Chief. But thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you both. Senator Boisvenu.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Regional Chief TG, for being here. I would like to congratulate you for your very helpful submission. It's much clearer than the bill we have before us. My first question, the decision taken by the government in 2020 about prohibiting about 1,200 models of firearms, were your communities affected by that?
Right now, I'm not aware of what models were affected by that list, so I don't know. Perhaps Julie, do you have any comment on that?
Vous avez amené plusieurs points intéressants.
You have brought up a number of important, interesting points, including the various flags, red and so on, the definition of assault weapons, the role of the chief firearms officer, the regulations. Referring to what my colleague Senator Plett asked you, based on your experience of not having been consulted by the current minister, are you concerned about what's going to happen next with the government passing this and going ahead regulating matters with little communication with you?
And I've made that statement in my opening remarks in terms of how we haven't been adequately consulted in terms of protecting those rights that inherent rights that we've never given up. And certainly in this case, there needs to be more consultation in the development of this legislation. So in the end, nothing has changed since a year ago, last November, since I presented. Certainly the amendments don't go far enough. And we are concerned about the protection of the hunting rights of our First Nations peoples.
And I understand that your position today is that until the issues that seem unclear in the bill, the red flag, the role of the chief firearms officer, the definition of the weapons, the firearms, until all that's cleared up, you don't think that we should pass this bill?
No, I don't think we should. Until there's adequate consultation and provision, or really, I think, amendments that were included for First Nations and further to that, the 4 concerns that I brought up in this presentation.
Et s'il l'était sans consultation?
And if it were passed without consultation, will you take this to court?
Not necessarily myself, but perhaps there are many First Nations hunters that would take it to court as perhaps a class action and infringement of their rights. We've seen infringement time and again with this colonial system of governance, and I wouldn't doubt that there would be a challenge to this legislation.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Youssef, to be followed by Senators Dasko and Deacon, Ontario.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Tiggy, for being here, and thank you, Julie McGregor, for also being here. I've heard, of course, your opening statement. The bill, of course, as you're aware, has been amended to include Section 35 in the legislation recognizing First Nation rights. You raised some concern how this might be interpreted, given some legal precedent, including Sparrow versus Haida, and more importantly, how firearms officer might give meaning. These are not unusual, of course, for firearm officers to have different interpretation of the law. So I respect the point that you are making, that there would need to be some clear recognition in regard to how Section 35 will apply, and more importantly, how firearms officer will apply this law. So before the government was to enact regulation, it would be prudent for the government to understand the importance of this Section 35 in the legislation, and more importantly, for ensure that firearms officer take this into consideration and how they apply the legislation. But Section 35 is a significant development, given that the government did not include this originally in the drafting of the bill, C-21, to begin with. So maybe you can comment about the importance of Section 35, but I recognize also you need further consultation by the government in regard to how this legislation will be implemented.
Well, Section 35 rights are protected rights by the government in terms of our ability to hunt and sustain our lives in terms of sustenance hunting, and also protected rights by, that we've never given up. Whether it's Sparrow decision or the Haida decision, there needs to be a better, I suppose, recognition of those rights, especially in regards to how, the federal government conducts itself that may infringe upon those rights. And certainly this is the crux of the issue. If it's not clearly defined or can be interpreted in different ways, then those rights will be infringed upon. So our concern is more broadly in terms of the interpretation of those rights, and more often than not, whether it was Sparrow, the right to fish, or Haida in the transferring of forestry rights, if you will, from different companies. Those need to be consulted because it has an adverse effect on our First Nations, and certainly this can, if it's not clearly defined, will have an adverse effect on our ability to hunt in the ways we're all used to. So I think we don't want to be really something that is, I suppose, I don't know how to clearly define it, but nevertheless, it could have an adverse effect on our peoples if this bill does go through.
Very quickly.
One of the questions you got asked, and I'll repeat it again, violence against women, not only in First Nation communities, is a serious issue that we all have to take seriously. While the red flag laws currently are available to police force, this just gives another venue for those who might see it necessary to try to protect someone from harm. I think we all would agree that any measures that could protect women from harm is a good thing, but I do recognize the point that you're making. We need to make sure it's not applied in an uneven fashion that is prejudicial to the interests, of course, communities who have been marginalized in the history of this country. But do you see any value in the context of red flag laws playing in a role in trying to prevent harm against women in communities that whether it's First Nation community, but also other communities across this country?
Well, I think they're anything to prevent violence against women and children and gender diverse peoples is perhaps a good thing. But I think in this case, there needs to be really clarity on the red flag and yellow flag provisions on how those will affect First Nations peoples. I think that is it's not understood in this case. So I think that's really the issue that we're trying to understand. How would this affect First Nations that are really trying to sustain themselves? But certainly violence is an issue as well that needs to be perhaps looked at in terms of, in this case or many other cases, in terms of violence in Indigenous communities.
Thank you,
Chief.
Senator Dasko.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for and your colleague for being here today. My question was going to be about the red flag, and I think maybe I'll just approach it a little bit differently from my colleague who just raised the points with you. When Professor Pam Palmatier was here testifying last week, I'll paraphrase what she said, and I guess that I'll approach it by offering what she said and then just perhaps asking you about your response to it. And she is a scholar at Metropolitan Toronto University. So she said that Indigenous peoples have collective hunting rights, but don't need handguns or assault weapons. And then she went on to say, and we have to balance these with safety and with the concerns and needs of children and women. There is no absolute right. And that's how she ended her particular comments, and I think I've paraphrased that accurately. So I wonder how you might respond to her comments.
Well, certainly Professor Palmatier has a good background on terms of violence, especially in urban areas, and certainly assault rifles are a concern with gang violence and also, other forms of handguns. So certainly I think these are issues that need to be addressed. And further to that, I think what I'm concerned about is, the issues, how prohibiting some of those weapons can this get caught up in terms of infringing upon First Nations rights to hunt. And certainly I'll say that, whether it's handguns or assault type rifles, I don't know how many First Nations utilize those for hunting, but certainly the more traditional uses is the long rifle. At least in my case, a long rifle that are utilized to take down big ungulates, but other types of guns, I'm not sure about. So without knowing that, I don't know in terms of, but I certainly know that, some of those weapons that you described in terms of handguns and assault rifles are used a lot in terms of gang violence, which is of great concern because we have seen more increased gang violence within First Nations communities and our communities back home, especially as we've seen more and more prevalent sale of drugs, the opioid crisis, the current crisis state that many people are in terms of trying to deal with the traffic of drugs. In the end, I think, the way we categorize weapons has to be also addressed, I suppose. And I think that comes in with the more consultation with First Nations and in our First Nations communities.
Can I supplement that answer?
Yes,
Can I add it? So, it is a balance between the safety and well-being of Indigenous women and children and families, with also the right to practice our culture. And there are things that the government can be doing on the side of prevention, violence prevention, as Regional Chief TG mentioned. And one important, significant part of that is the implementation of the 231 calls to action from the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. But I guess what we're getting at to the heart of this is that First Nations people are the only ones who are here being asked questions in terms of choosing your right to your culture, which is a constitutionally protected right, and the human right to safety of our women, children, and families. And if you were to ask First Nations people, do you want safety, or do you want your right to practice your culture? They'll say both, because it's both integrally important to our communities. So the balance is there. There has to be a balance. Whether and looking to the initial intention of this bill, it was to prohibit handguns, and then it slowly got snowballed into prohibiting guns that could be used for hunting. And as we say, there needs to be some sort of a balance drawn between that, and we can't have communities not being able to practice their traditional rights because they're constitutional rights. That's the thing. We're the only group here that Indigenous people are the only ones who have that constitutional right. Versus the safety of communities. And there's a lot more that the government could be doing in terms of violence against Indigenous women.
Thank you, Ms. McGregor. That's very helpful. Senator Deacon.
Thank you. I think I'm near the end, and parts of my questions have been asked by Senator Youssef, Senator Dasco around red flag, but I'm going to come to Julie. There's a couple of times when questions are being asked, and I think you had some things you wanted to contribute to respond. So what I'm actually going to ask you at this moment is, based on what we've heard in testimony this afternoon, is there anything that you would like to add to what Chief Tiggy has said, or anything that you think we need to know about this bill that helps make it better?
Well, I mean, just going back to your opening remark about red flags, or any sort of laws that are associated with gun prohibitions, it's always never the law on the face of it. It's how they are implemented and how they are regulated. That discretion, the wide discretion to law enforcement, has traditionally not been helpful to First Nations, and Regional Chief TG spoke to the overrepresentation issue. First Nations people are often over-policed or over-regulated when it comes to natural resources as well. So while, red flag laws, yellow flag laws are important and on the face of them, valid, their applicability within First Nations communities always seems to be the problem, and that's because of systemic issues, right, with racism, and how the lives of First Nations people are overly regulated and monitored. But I do want to touch on a few other things, if I may. One, speaking to the non-derogation clause. It was as Regional Chief TG said, it's quite welcome that we have a non-derogation clause. It wasn't there in the original version of the bill, but it is very broadly worded. And if you look at constitutional law and First Nations rights under the Constitution, it is the onus is on the First Nation to prove that their right exists. And then the onus shifts to the Crown to prove that there's infringement and that there's minimal impairment of that infringement. But it nevertheless starts with the First Nation having to prove their rights. And that's been the case of all of the case law throughout Canada, where First Nations have to take the time, the money, and the effort, taking money away from much needed other issues to fight in the courts, often for decades, to prove that they have a right. And the non-derogation clause doesn't fix that problem. And then another sort of issue with it is that it can be sidelined so easily. It can say, well, this is, oh, well, we recognize that there's a Section 35 right, but nevertheless, we're going to do this. And part of the constitutional law test for proving a right, and that the court will look at if a right is infringed, is whether the First Nations have been consulted adequately. And that's speaking to Sparrow and Haida, as Regional Chief TG spoke about.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for supplementing. I see no other senators on the first round list, so we're going to go back to Senator Plett on the second round, and anybody else who wants to go second round, please let me know.
Thank you, Chair. And my question when I raised my hand for the second round was around the red flag, but I think we've taken care of that. So I will ask a different question, though, Chief, if I could. I think fairly clearly said you were not consulted at all before the bill was introduced. And as already been mentioned, under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, government ministers have often repeated the commitment, nothing about us without us. Chief, what does that pledge mean if on a bill like this there are no consultations before the bill is introduced?
Well, clearly that doesn't meet the standard that we want to adopt, especially with legislation that may have very adverse effects on our Indigenous peoples. So if we look at the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it has been law here in British Columbia for 4 years and 2 years federally. So free, prior, and informed consent means that there would be proper consultation with First Nations. I would say even deeper consultation if it has any, adverse effects on Indigenous peoples, especially in regards to our inherent rights. So, at minimum, there was very minimal consultation before this bill came to us as First Nations, and further to that, I think without having proper consultation, this really would, I would say, actually goes in reverse of what the intent of UNDRIP is in terms of consultation, in terms of free, prior, informed consent, and the many articles that speak to our ability to hunt, fish, and sustain our lives from the lands.
I would, excuse me, I would certainly agree with that. Senator Boisvenu asked you whether you would challenge this in court. You said no, but possibly a number of individual hunters. Why would you, as an organization and other Indigenous organizations, not challenge us in court? To me, this would be pretty close to breaking the law by the federal government if they invoke a bill such as this without prior, and informed consent.
Well, first of all, the organization itself isn't a rights holder. So further to that, it would take First Nations community and or individuals to uphold their rights. Second, we'd probably intervene if there was a case similar to some of the issues that we've perhaps intervened before, just to make sure that some of the provisions that were already recognized are being upheld, such as, Bill C-15, UNDRIP. I think, that's, it's not to say that we wouldn't get involved, but certainly we would help and support our First Nations that would, if they saw it necessary to go to court on any matter, whether it's this or we've seen it before, child welfare or any natural resource issue rights.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Plett. We now go to Senator Youssef.
Briefly again, thank you, Chief, and I guess it goes without saying that we fundamentally recognize your nation, but equally others across the country, has the fundamental right to go to court at any time to seek any legal interpretation of the courts in regard to protecting your rights. I don't think that's up for discussion here. But more importantly, I guess on the point of what the bill does in terms of dealing with guns, this is a handgun essentially ban. There is no long guns ban in this bill. I just want to, I guess, get you to acknowledge in regard to that. It quite possible the government may bring in regulation in regard to other guns they may seek to restrict, but it's not in this bill currently in terms of C21.
Well, I think all I could say is that, what we're trying to prevent here is unintended consequences of infringement of First Nations constitutionally protected rights, especially the right to hunt and fish and, sustain our livelihood.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Youssef. Senator Dagenais.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Regional Chief TG. Chief TG, if you want to do something about the protection of Indigenous women, I think we've got a good suggestion here. Could you suggest some amendments to C21 to ensure better protection for the women of your communities when there are violent partners with firearms at home?
Well, yeah, certainly. I think, this is why we need more consultation to make this legislation better for the protection of Indigenous women, children, gender diverse peoples. I think there's definitely always room for improvement of this legislation, I suppose you could say. But I think overall, the way it's structured, and the way everything was executed is poor at best, I would say, because this could have been done better in terms of those protection. I see Julie wanted to say something. Julie, do you want to add?
Regional Chief, I was just agreeing with you that the lack of consultation, greater consultation and engagement with First Nations would have been ideal in terms of looking at how violence happens in our communities. There's a wide range of it across the country. There's guns and gangs violence in certain areas, and others it's more of a domestic issue. The violence that is perpetrated against Indigenous women have so many root causes, as we've said before. And to try and encapsulate all of that in this one bill, C21, I think would be difficult. But there are practical things that could be woven into the legislation. But, if the principles of UNDRIP and even just the duty to consult were fulfilled in this circumstances, we could have woven those interests into the legislation, but we were amiss to not have that opportunity.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
For this panel goes to Senator Boisvenu.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Chair. And once again, I really do want to thank our guests here. My question is for Regional Chief TG. I, too, am from an area far from the cities in the north of Quebec, and hunting is more than a sporting activity, a recreational activity. It's really part of the culture. Grandparents who were there so long ago used hunting for sustenance for the Indigenous people, but also for the white people going there who were in the Abitibi and north of Abitibi region where I'm from. It was sustenance. My problem with this bill is that federal civil servants in Ottawa will be drawing up regulations that will apply to the lifestyles of people who live in very far-flung areas in Canada. I'm worried that the minister and the minister's assistants won't be consulting, and I want to ensure that the regulations will respect your rights and your traditions. Are you worried as well?
Well, certainly I'm worried. As I stated in my opening comments, also, I think you bring up a good point in terms of understanding culture, whether you're in the urban center or from my community. I'm from Tackle Nation, and certainly many of our people utilize long guns, hunting. And it's not just hunting, it's also, trapping, it's other uses that really supplement our economy, if you will. And I think, the unintended consequence to those regulations or this law to overstep those boundaries and infringe upon our constitutionally protected rights is always a concern. And I think that's what we're bringing up here, is that is the crux of this issue. I think if this was done better, we have examples of really developing and co-developing legislation such as C91 languages, C92 child welfare, even C15 UNDRIP. You know, there was a lot more consultation and deeper consultation, and perhaps even you would say co-development of those legislations with our Indigenous peoples that made it a lot better.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of this panel, and I want to thank you, Chief TG, and Ms. McGregor, on behalf of this committee, for joining us tonight, for sharing your extensive commentary on Bill C-21. It's greatly appreciated. It was very helpful. And thank you at the same time for the work that you do for your constituency and constituencies. I'm sure it's appreciated. And we are impressed and enormously grateful to you for joining us this evening and sharing this with us. Colleagues, we'll suspend briefly and return at 7:05 for our final panel of this evening. Thank you, and I'll see you shortly.
Thank you.
Continue with our final panel this evening, examining Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, all with respect to the regulation of firearms. We now have the great pleasure of welcoming, on behalf of Inuit, Tapiriit, Kanatami, President Natan Obed, and Will David, Director of Legal Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us today. We invite you to provide your opening remarks, to be followed by questions from our members. President Obed, whenever you're ready.
Nakumik, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's wonderful to see you all here this evening. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you on the amendments to Bill C-21. Just wanted to start by saying across Inuit Nunangat, our relationship with firearms is quite different than most Canadians' interaction and relationship with firearms. And it's largely because of the ubiquity of firearms in our homes, but then also the social conditions and the environment in which we live, where we have 54% overcrowding. We have many scenarios where there are multiple generations who live in one dwelling. And so the administration of, or the implementation of laws, especially those designed to prevent gun violence or to ensure that those who perhaps perpetrate domestic violence do not have access to those weapons, takes on a very complicated reality across Inuit Nunangat. And the challenges that we have faced based on the lack of infrastructure and the lack of ability to administer justice in many cases also leads to that. So that's just, before I get into my formal remarks, just a thought on just how different the perspective is, although at the same time, from a policy perspective, understanding how important it is to ensure that the safety of Canadians is first and foremost in the minds of the Government of Canada, and ensuring that there's safety for those who need it is also a principle that we share. I appreciate the invitation to discuss Bill C-21. The legislation before you, which addresses the revocation of firearm licenses, warrants careful deliberation due to the implications it has for Inuit hunters on our harvesting rights. While we believe the legislation strikes a careful balance in theory, we are concerned that the realities of the social and legal infrastructure gap in Inuit Nunangat will lead to inequitable application of the legislation, which will comprise the safety of Inuit communities and the harvesting rights of Inuit. It's critical to recognize that harvesting rights in Inuit Nunangat are tied to food security. Limitations on harvesting rights directly impact the harvesters and families and communities to access food. One of our concerns of the bill is that it proposes automatic revocation of firearm license under circumstances of domestic violence or protection order. While the intent to safeguard communities is clear and supported in principle, the lack of a precise definition for acts of domestic violence or stalking introduces uncertainty. It leaves significant discretion in the hands of the chief firearms officers, which could lead to an inconsistent application of law affecting the lives of Inuit harvesters. Section 70.3's provisions allowing for a conditional license is not guaranteed but rather subject to the discretion of the CFO. This is not an equitable measure, particularly when considering the geographical and logistical barriers Inuit face when accessing CFOs. The officer responsible for Nunavut, for example, is located in Winnipeg. The distance is more than geographical, it is also cultural and practical. We must ask whether these officials can adequately assess and undertake the unique circumstances and necessities of Inuit hunters. The process to apply for such a conditional license must be clear and accessible to avoid unintended prohibitions on Inuit who hunt for subsistence. Complex forms, electronic forms, or forms not available in Inuktitut are simply not accessible for Inuit, eliminating the value of this provision. It is not simply about livelihood, it is about maintaining cultural practices that are intrinsic to our community's well-being. The red flag system is another example of a balance measure that creates a mechanism that could disrupt Inuit households disproportionately. Inuit often live in multi-generational homes, thus the seizure of firearms could have unintended repercussions on entire families, not just the individuals targeted by the provisions of the bill. The confidential nature of the application process and the prospect that the target of the application or their household wouldn't even know about the application could also lead to actions being taken without adequate notice or understanding of a family's circumstances. On the other hand, the limited access to justice faced by Inuit also means that applications themselves would likely be hampered simply by the fact that Inuit may not be able to apply in the first instance. In closing, while the protective intentions of Bill C-21 are commendable, it's imperative that the legislation reflects the realities of all Canadians, including Inuit. ITK is concerned that the implementation of this legislation will not be effective in reducing gun-related violence in Inuit Nunangat simply because our realities are so different than the realities of downtown Montreal or Toronto. In addition, any measure that impacts the right to hunt must be implemented with the utmost caution, ensuring that Inuit harvesting rights are upheld and that the means to access food and sustain our way of life are not compromised. I'd like to also add that there is also the very real issue of safety across Inuit Nunangat. Whenever we go on the land, whenever we are outside of communities, there are real and existential threats, such as polar bears, that most Canadians don't necessarily have to think about when you go for a walk in the woods. These are also considerations that just aren't in the minds, perhaps, of policy and makers and legislators, and ones that are imperative to our safety as Inuit in Inuit Nunangat. Nakomik, and thank you for your attention to these issues.
Thank you very much, President Obed. Colleagues, we'll now proceed to questions. We're finishing at 8 p.m. this evening, and as with previous panels, I'm limiting each question, including the answer, to 4 minutes. I'll hold up this card to indicate that 30 seconds remains in your time. I offer the first question, as is the norm, to our Deputy Chair, Senator Dagenais.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, President Obed. In your presentation, sir, I noticed that you mentioned domestic violence. You know, unfortunately,
we'll suspend briefly and get this sorted out.
Okay. Alors, vous m'entendez bien, monsieur?
So, Mr. You can hear me at present, President Obed? Thank you so much. So, you did touch on this topic, but to make it clear, could you give us an overview of the effects of firearms in communities such as yours? And of course, you yourself brought up domestic violence. Are you able to quickly intervene if there's a conflict at home, if a woman is threatened by a partner with a firearm?
Thank you for the question. I'm trying to understand the key considerations of the question. Across Inuit Nunangat, we have police forces. We have the ability for there to be intervention if there is acts of domestic violence. Often, then there are protocols around then the safety of the family, and then the seizure of weapons in certain scenarios. So those protocols already do exist, but the challenges in the application and how to do the least amount of harm to the family unit in the application of law. And I think that is the key to the considerations that we bring here today.
Mais vous savez, souvent...
Often, out in remote areas, we say a lot about the value of police officers, but often by the time police officers can get to the scene of a problem, there isn't, time has gone by. And unfortunately, because I've seen this in my own career when I was a police officer, often by the time you get somewhere, the crime has already taken place. And sometimes, there's an extra temptation if there's a firearm at home, and then there might be a heavy discussion, domestic violence. By the time the police officers get there, it can take some time. That's why I'm asking, because, of course, people have a right to hunt. No one contests that. But if there are firearms at home, this can lead to more domestic violence, and you need to be able to intervene quickly. Do you think that C21 could be improved to make of it yet another tool to help counter domestic violence against women?
Yes. Our position and our intervention here today speaks to the unequal application of the potential provisions within the Act, and what we seek is equity within the application, and therefore the means necessary, whether it be federal, provincial, or territorial, to ensure that the intent of the piece of legislation can be carried out in our small remote communities. Some of the challenges that could be faced would be long times waiting for the processing of particular pieces of the implementation of this legislation on the individual level, and therefore harming community just through the very basic lack of process. And we see this in many other related areas when it comes to accessing justice, and especially when it comes to firearms. Will David, would you like to add?
Just to point out that the final report of the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, I could refer you to pages 681 683 of the report, but that summarizes testimony by a Chief Jean-Pierre Larose, with what is now known as the Nunavik Police Service, who details several of the capacity challenges related to response in remote communities in Nunavik, as well as the effect of seemingly neutral administrative criteria that in the context of Northern Quebec can actually serve to hamper and hinder both investigation and response.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Dagenais, we now go to Senator Beam, to be followed by Senator Plett and Senator Deacon, Ontario. Senator Beam.
Thank you, President Obed and Mr. David, for being with us today. I wanted to continue along the lines of Senator Dagenais a moment ago. Members of this committee, as you'll recall, were in Nunavut, and as part of our study on Arctic security, we met with you, we met with others. And one of the things that stood out for me was that you mentioned protocols. Various informal arrangements that seem to exist very well, including for hunters who would have their guns, go and hunt, come back, and voluntarily give them up, and they would be stored and locked up until they would need them again. And I'm wondering about how successful these programs have been, and whether there is any potential application as the fine matters get worked out in terms of the application of Bill C-21 when it's passed, I'm assuming, and how you would see that.
The ability for Inuit who would otherwise not be able to access their own firearms to harvest for their community, to spend time with elders on the land, to be living in a healthy life and supporting community. Any opportunity that we can afford for people to do that is welcome, and any legislation or the implementation of legislation that allows for a holistic understanding of the community's needs within the administration of justice is in line with Inuit traditional justice practices. So in these types of programs and scenarios is very clearly for a particular purpose, and it is also in scenarios that are de-escalated, that also have peer groups, so that there is a positive interaction that is happening in relation to the administration of justice, rather than exclusively punitive. And it also is something, I think, that if in this legislation there is flexibility for communities to work with governments for self-determination in the application of these measures, then you will get better outcomes and ones that work for Inuit communities in much better ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Plett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here, President Obed. You mentioned just in your closing comments about some of the different circumstances. I've had the opportunity of traveling a good part of the North Country in our country, and spent time in camps with polar bear 100 yards away from the camp. And so certainly I can identify, at least in part, with a person that would want to be armed sufficiently when they're out there, which is one reason why, of course, a government should consult with different organizations, because circumstances are different. The minister was here at our committee, and he said, and I quote, "We engaged with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis organizations, rural and northern communities, victims groups, and with firearms community and sports persons and sports shooters across Canada to hear their perspectives and to ensure that we respect their traditions and way of life. These consultations have informed our path forward. I have asked a number of witnesses, different organizations, what the consultation process was, and even the witness just before you, Chief TG, said they had been zero. So the minister keeps on saying he's consulted with everybody. What consultation was there with your community and with your people?
Thank you for the question. I'll pass this question to Will David.
Sure. Put simply, there was none. The minister had reached out and offered. We had reached out and requested, but that consultation never occurred. So we're still waiting.
Well, thank you very much, President. Under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Government ministers have often repeated the commitment, nothing about us without us. I think UNDRIP was pretty clear in what it was supposed to be. It was debated at length. It was discussed at length. What does that pledge mean if on a bill like this there is no consultations before the bill is introduced? What's your impression of the respect that the government has for UNDRIP when they do not consult?
Well, from a practical measure, it was very positive that the Government of Canada has passed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. The Government of Canada also has, within the timelines that it has pledged, worked with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to create an associating action plan for implementation of the Act and implementation of the actions that the government must take to comply with UNDRIP. We actually don't know yet how much money that will take, what concrete measures the government will now take to implement the action plan that it has endorsed on Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st of this year. And we are still waiting to understand how not only that piece of legislation, but also the co-developed principles for legislation that we have endorsed with the Government of Canada for pieces of legislation that directly affect Inuit, and also the Inuit Nunangat policy, which the Government of Canada has adopted as of April 2022, how all of that will meaningfully impact our day-to-day work on the development of legislation, on the development of policies or programs that affect Inuit. And this is a great example of something that is central to our relationship with Canada, something that has in a historic way, always been difficulty all the way back to the Long Gun Registry and the inability for Inuit to be heard and our concerns to be adopted into the administration of that particular exercise. And so I would just summarize my point by saying it's disappointing, but I remain optimistic. But it will take processes like this to be able to hold government to account for the things that it has pledged to do with us.
Hope springs eternal. Just let me just say, you would probably agree that as the Prime Minister knows how to put pause on certain carbon tax issues, maybe he should have put a pause on C21 until after June.
It's hard enough for us to understand the legislative process of the Government of Canada, so I'm not going to necessarily tell it what to do within timelines. This is an important piece of legislation, and if our concerns can be adequately addressed, then that is the ultimate goal that we have for this legislation.
Second round, please, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Senator Deacon, Ontario.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, both of you today. It's greatly appreciated. You may have heard some of the earlier session, I'm not sure, but we were talking about the red flag laws a little bit there. And so I'd like to come back up and back out and follow up on that again. The red flag laws, it's our understanding that this doesn't preempt someone going to the police for an emergency prohibition order, though there is a concern that the police could wash their hands or not have time or say you can look after it yourself. On the other hand, all these requests being fulfilled under the current regime, are all of these requests that are being filled, have you already, given the kind of uneven level of policing that we hear about, you know, you talked about Winnipeg, remote, where's what, but given that uneven level of policing that you can experience, might it be advantageous to allow someone else or someone to bypass the police completely?
I will also pass this question to Will David, who might be in a better...
Thank you.
The red flag system is definitely a central point of concern for us. The system itself, I suppose, presumes that there are police to enforce it, yes. It also presumes that there are effective provincial courts available in all communities at all times. So there's a real challenge there in terms of whether or not someone seeking an order has access to the means to be able to do it. So like from the focus, from the perspective of trying to prevent violence, the red flag system itself may not be entirely helpful within all communities within Inuit and Inuit. On top of that, it allows for one to apply for an ex parte order, so you could have police where the red flag system is available showing up unannounced to seize firearms from people who are not aware that those police are basically showing up to seize those firearms. The entire system itself seems set up to work well in areas where there's a lot of legal and enforcement infrastructure. The problem here is that we don't perceive that there is adequate infrastructure to actually make the provisions effective, either for community safety or for the delicate balance that the legislation seeks to strike between essentially Section 35 rights holders and harvesters and then victims or potential victims of domestic violence.
Thank you. And I think that's part of it is that I know the challenges there, inconsistent policing and different pieces. So I wondered if there was already underway another way of managing this without the bill, that because you have inadequate policing and because you've talked about what's the legal system to back it up, those are obviously challenges that have been around for quite some time. So I was wondering if there was already a way that you were finding your own way to address it.
Sure. So we're here basically, as is often the case, responding to a piece of legislation that was drafted, without extensive input, and that's fine because it's dealing with societal issues. What I would refer to on that side is not that different, though, from what you heard on the previous panel, which is essentially the Inuit Action Plan for the Murdered and Missing Inquiry on Indigenous Women and Girls. And a lot of our solution is found within that Inuit Action Plan. The reason why it's so critical for us to have a distinctions-based action plan is precisely to balance not only the legal and enforcement infrastructure gaps, but also to balance with the reality that firearms are a necessity within Inuit communities, and the fact that violence and violent crime is also a reality.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Youssef.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. Of course, Section 35 principles are very important in the context of rights holder. And at the same time, there are things in this bill that try to address some other issues that are delicate, and I think you stated very eloquently, especially in the north and in your community. Legal system is not what it is in downtown Toronto. It's reality, people access to the court, recourse mechanism. You also stated very clearly that chief firearms officer is not in your community. They're very far away, and given they have legal responsibility in enforcing legislation, they're far away, so their ability to impact even the basic requirements of their duties are very distant as to when they show up, if they show up at all, to a large degree. So I guess it would be fair to suggest that the application of the intent of the legislation would need to have a very different approach to how we would treat certain sections of Canada. Being very recently been up there to visit and meeting you, and of course looking at Arctic security, there is a need for us to understand this, but also appreciate the point that you're making here, because it's unique to the north. It's not specific, it's very unique. It's a different part of the world. And despite the fact that, we're a big country, the law doesn't apply itself equally no matter how we may want to desire that. And in the North, it's important for us to recognize that if this law is going to have any impact. And I think the point you said, self-determination of application, is an important principle we need to understand how that would. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on some very specific ways in how we can empower, specifically in your community and in your territory, how this could be a meaningful, way to apply this legislation. Recognize the principle, but at the same time recognize the uniqueness of the North.
Yeah. Well, something that I haven't brought up yet is in relation to the amount of violence and also of self-harm that happens within our communities, whether it be suicidal ideation or attempts, or domestic violence or other forms of violence. Unfortunately, per capita, we have much higher rates than the rest of the country. That is also another reason to consider a distinctions-based Inuit-specific considerations for the implementation of this legislation. Our realities didn't come out of a vacuum, and in many cases, it is government policy and government legislation that has created scenarios that have exacerbated challenges within our community and then keep them as the status quo. So the lack of upstream investments, the lack of infrastructure, whether it be administrative infrastructure from the federal government down to provinces and territories, or the basic infrastructure for housing or for healthcare services. You can't overlook the absence of those in relation to the particular challenges that you're trying to serve within this legislation. If there aren't women's shelters, if there aren't housing options for all parts of the community, if there isn't an ability to heal and the ability for health services to be delivered, all of this plays into the application of this particular piece of legislation. And so an Inuit specific implementation of this act would ensure equity for all those who wish to use it, and would also find partnerships to be able to enforce these provisions and regulations stemming from the act itself. We want to do all we can to ensure that, especially in relation to domestic violence, those experiencing domestic violence in our communities have every opportunity to avail themselves of safety and pathways to safety. But we can do both. We can do that, and we can ensure that there aren't punitive measures that lead to our communities not being as functional or healthy through the implementation of this legislation as well. In some cases, legislators tend to say the good outweighs the bad, and we don't mind if there's collateral damage for a particular small population if it supports a larger initiative. And from public policy, of course, that's the lens that the Government of Canada applies. Our communities are so small. We know each other. Whether there are challenges or not, we live with our relatives and with our families and with our community members. And it's not like Ottawa where there's 1 million people. There's 800, 900 people. So restorative justice and the ability to work through challenges and the ability to implement federal legislation with an imagination on the good of community rather than just an individual nature of a crime being or an offense being administered is really what we're trying to get at here.
Thank you. Senator Cardozo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Obed and Mr. David. The points you've just made up, you've made us aware of in the past few minutes are considerably important and part of what I want to talk about, which is that we've heard in terms of the need for this kind of legislation, we heard from women's groups who are particularly concerned about domestic violence and across the country, and a real view that there is a crisis or an epidemic across the country. And as you've noted, unfortunately, in Inuit communities, the rates may be higher. So we're trying to get at some of that, but you've outlined some of the problems with red flag and yellow flag. I look at Section 72 of the Act, which says that the provisions enacted by this Act are to be constructed as upholding the rights of Indigenous peoples recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act, and not as abrogating or derogating from them. So I'm wondering, does that give the government the ability to construct a series of regulations that would talk about the Inuit Action Plan you mentioned coming out of MMIWG? And the issues you're talking about, in some senses, go way beyond this act. They're dealing with safety and the criminal justice system at large. Do you see, so my question is, can we, a two-part, is there enough in here, in your view, in Section 72 of the Act, that from which can come some regulations that address it? And is there another much larger piece that is being dealt with somehow and needs to get dealt with beyond this Act?
Well, first, I think the larger thing that is being dealt with is actually in another bill that's being in Senate committee, which is S13 on the non-derogation clause. Right. And I was here for another lively round of conversation about that about 2 weeks ago. And that is, but that's more simple placeholder, just saying that this legislation can't change Section 35, I mean, in layman's terms. I think, though, the larger picture has to tie into the UNDRIP Act implementation. It has to tie into the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee and the processes that we are following on our joint priority areas in that space. But from a legal perspective, I'll also pass the mic to Will David for a response.
Just quickly on this, the approach that you're suggesting on regulations is precisely the reason that we would be seeking passage of S13 cases like this and elsewhere, because it would address, in our view, regulatory and policy issues. The question that I think this committee needs to grapple with, that I do not have a good answer for you on, is whether or not the totality of circumstances on this legislation, in terms of interference with Section 35 harvesting rights, rises to such a level that the legislation itself creates a derogation or abrogation of a Section 35 right. It's a serious concern that I have, only because such a vulnerability could lead to a collapse of an otherwise laudable legislative regime and could undermine several not only noble but necessary purposes and principles that are embedded within the legislation itself. It is a serious concern, just that the impact on harvesting rights that I can't really understate here.
So can you tell me a little bit more about harvesting rights?
If the legislation creates enough tangible or legal barriers to the ability of Inuit to harvest consistent with their treaty rights that the rights holders negotiated with Canada, rights holders themselves, as you heard on the last panel, could contemplate a challenge to the legislative regime. And it's more likely than not to occur if the balance itself isn't very carefully struck, precisely because there hasn't been a lot of consultation on that point in the legislation.
Okay. Excuse my ignorance, but harvesting, would you be talking about like seal harvesting?
Any kind of harvesting that would require a firearm.
Okay.
It has been litigated in the past, so it's not fresh, and there was dialogue on this at the House, which was quite disturbing.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to a second round now. Senators Dagenais and Plett are on the list. Senator Dagenais.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. My question, of course, will be for President Obed. Mr. Obed, do you have a statistic for the numbers of firearms owned by members of your community? You say these are small communities and everyone knows everyone. If you don't have such a statistics, would it be useful for your police officers to know how many firearms there are in your community?
I don't have the statistics about how many firearms are in Inuit communities, but we will go back and see if we can come up with a number for you. I'm not actually aware of any particular data sets that exist around it, but perhaps there are.
Parce que vous comprendrez que, évidemment.
Because, of course, you've mentioned police interventions, and given the size of the territory and the number of police officers, it's, of course, not always easy for them to intervene. It might be helpful for them to know how many firearms are out there. It might also help them be more effective. If they receive a call, they would at least know that there are firearms at that residence, that sort of thing. So perhaps you could send us whatever you have by writing.
Followed by Senator Cardozo, Senator Plett.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back a little bit to some of the consultation process and so on and so forth. And certainly some have argued that circumstances in the North are extremely unique, yet very little allowance has been made for that in this legislation. It's kind of a one-size-fits-all. I think one example of that was the amendment proposed late last year to ban semi-automatic lawn guns. It was an amendment the government backed away from in the bill itself, but of course there is the threat to bring it back in another form, perhaps through the regulatory process. So, again, do you feel you are being listened to? And are there amendments that you might suggest to this bill that might address some of your concerns?
I'll start with the very fuzzy understanding that we have about which types of firearms come under the jurisdiction of this particular piece of legislation. We, as ITK, have not formally worked with the Government of Canada on understanding what may be on a list or what may not be on a list. Within our communities, our focus really is about harvesting and firearms that play very straightforward ways in which we can harvest. Of course, perhaps there may be gun collectors in Nunangat as well. But the large majority of Inuit who own firearms do so for the express purpose of safety and for harvesting. So we welcome any conversations with the government around the particular list that may again seriously affect our ability to harvest. For the last part of your question, I will pass it to Will David.
The bill is too complex for us to be able to offer constructive amendments at this point. We're trying to provide assistance just by scoping the nature of the issues. Thanks.
I appreciate that. One last question, President Obed. Senator Cardozo just asked about the government's ability to craft regulations to address some of your concerns. However, as we all know, the drafting of regulations is even more opaque than is the legislative process. And you have testified that you were not consulted in the drafting of this legislation. So how much confidence does that give you in a planned regulatory process when you haven't been even consulted in the legislative process?
Historically, on matters such as this, and in ministries such as this particular one, Inuit have not had extensive interactions and have an extensive relationship with this particular ministry or its public service. There are other pieces of legislation where if you've asked me that very same question, I would have actually a high confidence, such as with Indigenous Services Canada, where we have had co-management of legislation, and most recently with the Act respecting Inuit, First Nations, and Métis children and youth. But in this particular instance, we have seen no government-wide implementation of the structures that we have tried to build with the Government of Canada on systematically upholding our rights and allowing for our participation in things such as legislative processes like regulations. And so we have very little confidence that we would participate and be able to co-develop those regulations.
Thank you very much, both of you, for being here this evening.
Thank you, Senator Plett. Senator Cardozo, it looks like the last question is yours this evening.
Thank you. I just wanted to carry on from the point that I raised earlier and that Senator Plett raised. So what would your preferred process be in terms of regulation? I ask this in the context of, as a committee, we've got a couple of options. One is, well, various options. One is to turn back the whole thing. The second is to make amendments, which means it goes back to the other house. And a third is to make send a message to the minister, to the government, et cetera, that would be appended to the act or the bill as we pass it back to the chamber. And in that we can make various observations about what needs to happen. So conceivably, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, we could consider talking about the need for this, for the issues that you've raised about Inuit in the North. We could talk about what a proper consultation process would be for regulations, because across the government we've seen places where they have done good regulations and places where they haven't. In a previous life, I was at the CRTC, and we would put out draft. Well, we'd actually start by just asking what people think. Then the second step would be put out draft regulations, and at each step get feedback, and then the third step we put out the final regulation. So there are a range of ways people can do consultations for regulation, notwithstanding your lack of a good experience with this particular department. Does any of that mean anything to you? Is that useful?
These are central questions that we've been trying to answer with government since I can speak to my experience as being elected in 2015 and working with government since then. We are trying to systematically change the relationship between Canada and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. For Inuit, we have an Inuit Crown Partnership Committee. We have tried to populate the priority areas of that with shared priorities that we both agree to, and a work plan that gets into the very things that you're talking about of legislative co-development of, and not just in the development of the legislation, but also in the regulations. We have a number of different shared priorities when it comes to the legislative and the policy realm, and it has been frustratingly inconsistent for the Government of Canada to live up to the things that it has said it would do with us, and in the timeframes that it has pledged to work with us on. In this particular piece of legislation, though, I would ask Will to answer very specifically on it.
Yeah, to be really quick on this one, when a regulation could impact or regulatory development could impact on Section 35 rights, there will be a duty to consult with rights holders, in this case Inuit treaty organizations, potential impacts on those rights. One of the reasons why President Obed is talking about broader co-development processes or the UN Declaration is that if we fall back on a rights-based dialogue in the context of this legislation, then the focus of the dialogue becomes only about Section 35 rights. And we lose the ability to really engage in a dialogue with government about several priorities that are identified within the legislation, and lose the ability to have the contextual conversations necessary to ensure that we have an overall regime that's orderly and that respects rights. It reduces a lot of the dialogue into a very binary conversation that I think our rights holders are more than capable of having. But to be able to have a vehicle such as a co-development process where we can talk about a multiplicity of different priorities at once really allows for a much better conversation around balancing. It serves the interests of Canadians and it serves the interests of Inuit much better than to have a very simple conversation only about one element or tranche of issues within this legislation or others.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. We have reached the end of a very long meeting today that commenced at 3 p.m. It seems like a long time ago, but let me say this, we could not have ended on a better note. We are so appreciative that you found the time to come here and speak to us, both you, President Obed, and you, Mr. David. This is complex legislation that has been designed to deal with complex issues. I don't think we've heard a more thoughtful interrogation of how that complexity meets and intermingles than we have from you this evening. I'm not surprised, but we're very grateful for that. So on behalf of the committee and the Senate of Canada, we thank you. We thank you both for this. It's been very rich. We've learned a lot, and we are impressed. I similarly, in parallel, want to thank my committee colleagues who have stayed with this through 5 long hours and brought the very best from a long list of witnesses today with thoughtful and probing questions. So thank you too. Colleagues, we continue our examination of the bill on Wednesday, November the 8th at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time in room B45 with Senator Dagenais in the chair of that session. With all that being said, I wish everyone a good evening and thank you again, and the meeting is now adjourned.
Perfect.